confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Can confirm 1,000,000% Olivia the Donkey and myself are dating. Also, chat room. I bet you unironically shower naked. How dare you, you disgusting, filthy animal. Uskal late. Clawley. Killer Zach. JBS. Olivia. Fry. And shout out to Lily right at the top of the stream, being a sub for 30 months. You're great, Lily. How's life? I feel like it's been a minute since we've gotten to catch up. How's you're now in a year in, I think, ish. No, it can't be a year yet. Since the move, and since you moved with your boyfriend. How's that going? Sorry for being disgusting. Yeah, I'll forgive you, but like, gross, dude. You shower naked? What? Have you no decency? Please cover yourself. I don't want to see that. At least shower in the dark if you're going to do such a thing. Just shut off the lights. You disgusting, filthy, perverted animal. Okay, but actually don't shut off the lights because that actually sounds like a fall hazard. I'm not trying to out here get you guys to like fall in the shower. I shower fully clothed, Nims, don't worry. Okay, thank goodness. There's still some semblance of bigger brain evolution here. The Jurassic World DLC is Bedrock only. Why haven't you said hi? I literally did a shout out to everybody at the beginning of the stream. Is that not a form of saying hello? How can Minecraft chickens breed and lay eggs? Minecraft chickens are a new form, a new species of chicken. I'll turn on the game. I'm just out here murdering billions of zombie piglin. Just big chillin' chat room, you know, as you do. Workday world. Brianna, how's it going? I think I had a neighbor whenever I was a kid named Brianna. Were you my childhood neighbor? You must be. You're named Brianna, therefore you must be my childhood neighbor. What do we need to do? Oh yeah. You just hop in the washing machine? Okay, okay, you're killing it, man. You're killing it. No! I've tried to body block it. It's not quite where I wanted to land, but you know, it works. I brought a friend to the stream today. Everyone say hello to Wizard. Everybody be as weird as you can be. Oh, well. It's still gonna be quiet. I mean, we're right at the top of the stream, of course. But greetings, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. I flounder. I flail. Like a drowning man in Minecraft. And then sometimes things get built that look okay. Why do bone blocks sound like somebody smacking a copper pipe? Do you shower with clothes on? Asking the real questions out here. Do you shower with clothes on, man? Or do you shower naked like a freaking animal? Showering with clothes on is actually a bannable offense in this stream. Or excuse me, showering naked is actually a bannable offense in this stream. I can't even keep my joke straight. Damn, I'm dumb. Do animals shower? They must be disgusting, filthy, dude. Absolutely horrific. It's almost, I hesitate to use the word, but it's like it's an abomination. Imagine showering naked. Clearly, clothes are our natural form, and truly the only way to properly bathe yourself. How's it going, Necro? How are you? Also on your face cam yesterday, you were a human, not a phoenix. Explain yourself. That was, so sometimes I can shift myself into a human form in order to protect your mortal minds. With a phoenix being able to be reborn from the ashes of their fallen body over and over and over again, my timeless form ends up becoming something so magnificent that your mortal mind could not possibly comprehend. And to prevent you from going crazy and your mind imploding inward upon itself, I simply transformed myself into a form that your feeble, weak brain would be able to comprehend. You're welcome. I just don't want to blind you with this radium pipe. Yeah, pretty much, pretty much. How dare you say naked? Oh, wow. Oh, is this it? Are we there? I missed my landing. Let's talk about sweating. Humans are the only animals that sweat to cool off. We don't take showers, we are showers. I can't tell if that's a million IQ or 2 IQ. Jay Muhair, Jed, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, I mean, there are other animals that sweat though, so humans being the only is an incorrect statement. A lot of other animals sweat. They're mostly primates, but I was like, I'm pretty sure horses sweat, and quick Google search tells me I'm right. Horses also sweat. But still, I mean, it is interesting. I'm just nitpicking your word of only. So I need to build that right here. That's a lot of mountain that somebody's got to remove. Oh my lord. It is actually a ton of mountain. Where's the front end going to be? We'll cut it out to like right here, which is the -1 mark. Oh lord. And then from where is our cross section? You know what, this might just be faster if I quit doing it in small sections and just did it in one grand, large, magnificent section. Names, bring those beacons in before you start? To what end? They don't give me hate. I mean, even if I were to put down haste, I already insta-mine netherrack and soul sand. Okay, so we want to go out to -1. That's fine where the hell that is. This should be -0, so this is -1. Okay. Excellent. E. Jones, how are you feeling today? Welcome, welcome. All right. And then out to what position? So the actual archway is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 blocks after the 4th. So we'll just say we clear. This is where we're clearing here. Okay, cool. So this makes it very easy. That means that it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th light is our clear point. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, counting with NIMS, which puts us at -3. -3. Don't do it, Ghast. I'll shoot you in the face. Miss Castle. How are you on this fine Thursday afternoon? Dude, I have to go over so far for -3? Holy heck a cow. -3 is so deep. Like this is -3. And then technically, this squares out against -1, I believe. So right here, here's the corner of the area that we need to clear. No, not that spot. Blah, I don't want those. I want this type of soul soil. So there's our corner. We found it. Could you not? And this is still just continuing to be -1. I have 2 hours until work. Yo, Zyle, how's it going, man? The man, the myth, the legend. Oh, my lord. Dude, I swear I had a heart attack yesterday. I was not prepared. I was not mentally, emotionally, physically, any amount of preparedness that you could be, I was not. Smacked my head at work last night, but I have a headache. Dude, that sucks. Vaco. Got it. So how's D&D? We didn't get to do the things. My DM is very good. He's very thorough, and his world building, second to none. Okay, maybe second to Matt Mercer, but still. Second to no one else but the mythical MM. So we spent a lot of time just in a bar. Just doing bar things. We also stole a book from a library and had to like shake some guards, and we kind of created our own enemies. I don't know why we stole things. We're the good guys, but like, sure. I wasn't involved. I was outside the library playing my new mandolin. It wasn't until after the fact that I was informed that the book that we borrowed from the library was not borrowed at all. In fact, it was stolen. So, you know, my character's real happy about that. I believe we're going out until like -3. I'm annoyed that I destroyed all those. I think I found my same corner again. Do we gotta give another shout out to Zyle, because Zyle was monumental yesterday. Shout out that guy. Luca with the hydrate. Gotta find where I put my drink. What am I working on? It's kind of a twofer project. I don't want to lose this corner yet. Okay, I'll show you in a moment. But I'm working on my nether hub and mob proofing, so that way the rates of my not dark room mob farm, but that way the rates of my zombie piglin gold farm, and by extension bartering farm, get better. So nether hub, zombie piglin gold farm, all of those kind of tie into each other in kind of one project. I am cleaning my nether in order to prepare it for things, for the projects. I've got great and powerful ambitions that require a certain level of manipulation. I don't know where I'm going with that. I'm only 29,000 bits from the next one. Dude. Wait, does that put you at the all-time top bit cheerer? I'm actually curious. Wait, I want to look at this. I'm totally... Quick pause. Okay. I'm actually curious. Wait. I don't want to listen to myself. Is that what I sound like? I sound disgusting. Okay, so we come here. We scroll down a little bit. Oh, look at that t-shirt. That's gifts, bits. Oh, dude. Zyle by a long shot. 270,000 bits. Eyebrows in second place with 75,000 bits. Oh, Echo Company and Necro. Those are the same person. Still, he would be smashing Flame Wheel for third place. In my heart, you're third place. Dude, Zyle. Wait. I shouldn't have closed that just yet. I'm curious about one more thing. Subs. Okay. Already Al is the longest sub possible. 37 months. But I actually meant gifted subs. Christopher, 344. Zyle in second place with 109. He beat ZGS last night. Every 20 subs is $100. Yeah, that's, can't confirm. Very true. And so then I need to do the same thing. So we found the corner here. Right? This is the corner. And I think I've got this corner pretty well marked now. I need to find the other three corners. I'm on the list for the longest stub at the bottom, but still, dude, you're there. You're there. Okay, I'm gonna bridge across. And then we need to go out until, what did we say? The 6th light? Feels like some weird fantasy quest. Go. Continue your journey until the 6th light shines your path ever brighter. What is this? Where am I, chat room? Oh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th light shines my path. No. Unfortunate. Okay, negative 83 is the goal there. Negative 83. Bako used to be a lurker? Dude, he is the lurkiest of lurkers. Negative 83. Yo, we were kind of close, actually. This is technically the corner. Negative 83? Hell yeah. Brother man. We figured it out. Damn, dude. Okay, so we're halfway there. Whoa. Dead rock. Okay, now I need to denote this corner very well. There's not a whole lot over here, TBH. Just a house. Ow. Vaco is continuing the sub that they got from the Yolk. Hey. Jess, how are you today? Yeah, I need to clear. I want to clear in giant, flat, smooth plains. And eventually, we'll smooth this out all the way down. Oh yeah, hey, no, I was supposed to show that guy what we were working on, like to what end. Okay, I'll show you. I remembered because I'm smart. Okay, I want to build this castle surrounding that nether portal on all sides to make it my nether hub. Yeah? Looks pretty good. Pretty good. And then this is a zombie piglin gold farm that ties into and feeds a piglin bartering system, a quad piglin bartering system. So the more of my nether that I can clear and or slab, the better the rates this lad will be. So by clearing out and establishing a nether hub here, spawn proofing it, clearing it, everything, we are increasing the rates of that guy because this area is within, what is it, 156 blocks? 128, whatever. It's within that radius. Just woke up. What time is it for you? It's like, it's gotta be, you're within an hour of me. It's gotta be between 2 and 4 o'clock and you just woke up. What were you, were you being a delinquent up late last night? Were you up to no good? She was up to no good, chat room. She solemnly swears. Made me mad. I accidentally played RimWorld all night. You know what? I'm gonna take credit for that. You're welcome. How are the newest patches? See, delinquent chat room. We knew it. Okay, I need to go out into the 6th torch yet again to continue my marvelous adventure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the 6th. And this is positive 78. Positive 78. Oh, I didn't get it. Why? This world. I just want to be in the hole. Wait. Today I had a meeting at 3 p.m. Therefore I woke up at 1:30. Yo, that seems pretty good. That seems pretty good, though. What did I say, 78? I kind of forgot. Chat room help. Did I just say 78? I woke up at 2:30 a.m. for work. Ugh, disgusting. Haven't had a chance to pick it up yet. Nims. You who love Dad Rock so much, have you seen the Living on a Prayer memes with sound alikes? No. No, I have not. Please do share. Did I say 78? Positive 78. Okay. Okay, there we are. And there's our corner, right? So I just casually clear out these like couple 100,000 blocks here. You know, maybe a few million blocks. And we're good, right? Seems they're really pushing the caravan thing too now. I'm too afraid to make my colony travel though. I don't think it's required that you use the caravan thing though, right? Kind of like how I just casually dump a bucket of bits. Yo, did I overshoot? I'll see the whole chat room. Don't at me. There it is. I think. Maybe, hopefully, he said. Yeah, I found it. Look at me. You'll have to share it in the Discord so I can listen to it off stream, so that way we don't get like copyright flagged all over the place whenever we upload this onto YouTube. Excuse me. Okay, I was just like, are we actually ever going to connect? But then, yes, it did happen. Going to overshot it a little bit. All right, we now have the area that we want to clear. Oh yeah, don't we have a channel we put all of our VODs up? Yeah, it's up to date up to like... I haven't uploaded last night's stream yet, which would be Wednesday, so it's up to date as of Tuesday. So, yeah, pretty hype, pretty hype. All right, I need more golden carrots. I need a bunch of chests as well. So we're gonna go to the overworld. We're gonna get ourselves a bunch of chests because we like chests. I'm kind of a chesty man, if you know what I'm saying. Okay, some chests. That's not gonna be nearly enough though. Right? 0%. Is that gonna be enough chests? Maybe. What else do we need? Food. Okay. I'm the fastest clicker in the West. You can't beat my speed. You're gonna have the extra emeralds, possibly, Dana. Somebody trap Endermans? Yeah, we gotta figure out what to do with that. Okay, so we're just gonna throw down. Okay, I'm kind of dumb. And so it begins. Slabs? Nah, we don't need those right now. We're just full clearing. This area is being brought down to whatever height that we were just at. I'm thinking. Yo, Geigerman. Are we getting dinner? It can't be tonight. It'll have to be tomorrow. I was thinking about it. Is tomorrow good for dinner with you? You know. Also, Jesse, when are you coming to Kansas City? LOL. It's not like there's a worldwide pandemic or something. I want to find where it connects. This feels somehow unsafe. What do you mean? You think I'm gonna, like, dig into a lava pocket? Watch the durability of my pick. If our pickaxe breaks, chat room will be punished. I will force you guys to listen to the scat part of I'm a scat man over and over and over until we can all recite it perfectly. That was pretty quick reflexes. If I do say so myself. I'm gonna put the shovel on my action bar. I normally don't do that, but I think it's the right play. Yeah, I do have those, like, boomer reflexes. What are you gonna do, man? Beautiful. We found the edge. I'm edging, chat room. Look at this. I'm on the edge. How's it going, tree? How are you today? See, look, I'm standing on the edge. What are you thinking about, Zyle? Did we do it? Did we do the thing? Are you forever proud of me? What are we doing? We're clearing and prepping the area for our new nether hub, while also destroying blocks and therefore preventing mobs from spawning to improve the rates of our zombie pigman farm. You can see the giant structure that we've got built over here. Yeah, it's good. So it's a twofer, it continues to be the same standard twofer that we've been running for a while. Improve the rates of the zombie pigman farm, while also setting up our nether hub. Would TNT in this case just be a nuisance? At some point, yes, TNT would be helpful, but we're not at that point yet. We have to establish like proper walls and get down from the ceiling. Yeah, eventually we could run TNT, I believe. But that's like some number of layers out. Right, because we've got to bring it down low enough that the TNT, as it just chain explodes all over the place, it doesn't blow up the ceiling and thus create spots that monsters could spawn up in the ceiling. And we also need to push the flat area back from the wall, so that way, same sort of thing. That way, as it blows up here, it doesn't create a pocket outside this perimeter that mobs could spawn on. You know what? I'm still very happy with the respite from like super mechanical Minecraft, because the zombie piglin farm really wiped my brain out as far as like redstone mathematics. I was gonna get a crit jump attack, but fine. Yeah, douche. So I'm like super comfortable with like the chill music and the bulk mining. Yeah, the gas trying to help. We're moving like 6 blocks at a time. Hell yeah, brother man. I mean, we just continue to push down, right? I'm just thinking like, how do I keep track of my corners as I push down? Oh, as I push down. He just despawned right in front of us. All right, I'm not gonna question it. I got gasted. LOL. It's the Minecraft version of Ghosted. Somebody's super clever. Look at you being all smart. I swear. Trying to flex on us with your triple-digit IQ. It's not very nice. What a dorky jump. You know what, this biome, this soul sand biome is probably the coolest, one of the cooler looking biomes with the blue atmosphere and like the soul sand valleys and whatnot. But holy hell, this is the biome that has the most obnoxious mobs just Exclusively ghasts and skeletons. Gas kind of cute though. You kind of cute though. LOL. Does that properly define where this corner is so that way I may rediscover it later? Yeah, I think it does. And that corner is properly defined. We'll just clean up those 2 blocks in a bit. I'm gonna tell Candy. She'd be like, you know what, he right. And Xyla's being a bully. Ow. I just want to be... I'm just like, nah, you guys just work it out amongst yourselves. But I was gonna take that like a million steps further. Disgusting. Not what I meant to do. Yeah, I think I gotta start pushing layers down now. Yeah. Yeah. Charles' obsession with marshmallows, I don't get it. I don't understand. Why do people that like marshmallows only like them ironically? They're like, yes, this giant fluffy ball of sugar is exactly the treat that I want. No flavor whatsoever other than just sugary death. That's what I want. Whenever I want a snack, I'm like, You know what? I want to eat the equivalent of the Pillsbury Doughboy's booty hole. Who likes marshmallows? Remember, chat room, if my pickaxe breaks, we're all being punished. We're listening to the Scatman's scat, not the whole song, just the scat section, on loop for like an hour. If my pickaxe breaks. Or my shovel, if any of my tools break, if any of my tools break. Project. There is no project command, but Zyle got you. We're clearing space to prevent mob spawns, to improve the rates of our zombie piglin gold farm, and therefore the piglin bordering farm, and we're building a nether hub. It's all kind of at the same time, because the nether hub will be within the radius of spawnable mobs while we're AFK in the zombie piglin gold farm. So by clearing this out, we improve the rates, and therefore improve the gold, and thereby improve the borders. And then, you know, we're also building a nether hub, which is pretty sick. You want to see what the nether hub looks like so far, Industry? It's pretty cool, pretty good. It's just our, like, demo rough draft, ow, so far. But ba-blam! Oh, wait, let me get a better shot. Hang on, eat these carrots. Ba-blam! Wait, no. Let me fly better. Ba-blam! Actually, I do think this angle is actually better. Ba-blam! So it's just our rough draft of what we want it to look like, what we want it to feel like. Obviously, I'm going to put a whole lot more texture in it. But I got to clear out a lot of space to make that work. I really want to build a lot with the new blocks, Blackstone, you know, the soul soil, blue fires, soul lanterns, what have you, to try to push up like the nether update, right? I'm trying to be like, yo, look at how cool the nether update is. Oh, my inventory's full. And like, these are the paths. And so we're also gonna have to get like crying obsidian into that somehow, because this is what my paths look like. And let me come over here with the respawn anchors that are fully charged. So this is what a path will look like. So how do we take this path and like this sort of palette here with the soul lanterns, the respawn anchors, the crying obsidian, and then all of the blackstone? And how do we incorporate that into this design? So we've got the blues already, which is gonna pull the soul lanterns in, but we gotta get the purples in somehow. So that way the palette's gonna be like, I don't know, maybe we keep the logs unstripped, so that way we've got the purple in the log, and then that'll blend a little bit nicer with the... What a sniper shot. Right there. And maybe we keep the purple of the warped log, so that way it can blend the purple of the... crying obsidian in a little bit more. Why am I bothering to keep them? Just in case. Eltrian. I think you can use Dark Prismarine. I don't have access to Dark Prismarine yet. While I do think that's a good suggestion, I have not built my Guardian farm yet. It's on the list. It's definitely like within the next 3 projects, right? Because we've got to finish this project, which is some combination of the Nether Hub, the Nether Pathways, and the Zombie Piglin Gold Farm / bartering farm. We've got to finish those. And to do so, I guarantee that we need a witch farm. So... I guarantee that we need a witch farm. Because how else are we going to get the glowstone that we need to be able to set up all of the respawn anchors? Because respawn anchors, one respawn anchor is 7 glowstone blocks. Not dust, but blocks. Which is quite expensive on glowstone, but it looks cool. So how are we going to get that much? And it's like very clearly we need witch huts. We need a witch hut, which means it will probably set up a, which means it will probably set up a witch hut and then like another AFK station, so that way we can do other things while we're also AFKing witches. So we'll probably set up like a witch hut, and then in the AFK area of that build, we'll probably set up our other tree farms, like our nether wood tree farms. So I have nether tree farms that, yeah, I have AFK nether wood tree farms. So I could get infinite amounts of warped wood and crimson wood. No QAs. No QAs? No questions asked. I hate the momentum arrows. Names with the farm that hasn't been built yet? Do I even know you anymore? I mean, there's only so many of me. I can't exist in all time, dimensions, and reality simultaneously. Did I hit it? Dude, what a pro shot. Uskal, I just saw what you posted in the general chat. Is that a unique? Is that your art? The I just want a hug? Sadly, no. Oh, okay. I was like, dude, I will pay you if I can have that. Because I would make that into a real shirt. But then you lied to me. I feel deceived. Oh, she's dirty, all right. I wonder if there's like a better text that you could put under it. Like, I just want a hug. Instead of I just want a hug, I wonder if you could like, if there's better text that you could use. Like, I just want a hug. Maybe that's what you need for a creeper shirt. It's just a super stylized creeper that says, I just want a hug. Hey! Put that on our bar. But gas cry, they need the hugs? You cry, you need a hug. Hey, there it is. Creepers just walk at you. Clearly, they're the ones that need hugs. Don't let my shovel break. Creeper would be, I must hug, but I have no arms. It feels like it'd be something that would be really good for like an ugly Christmas sweater, right? Like, I want a hug, but I have no arms. You know, and the wording could get a little better. We could figure that out. We could workshop the wording. You don't even read chat for us to warn you enough about your tools? Okay, listen here. That's a dead meme. I read chat as much as humanly possible. You can just throw bits at me until I notice you, though. LOL. Been like 3 minutes since I typed that, though. See, but I read that one instantly. as a play on the horror movie that's like, I have no mouth, but I must scream. I don't know what that's a reference to, though. Project. We don't have a project command, but I can tell you what we're doing. We are clearing spawnable areas to improve the rates of our zombie piglin gold farm, and therefore get more gold, and therefore our piglin bartering system will be better. Double A with 100 bits. Yo, what up? You have been noticed. And at the same time, and I'll show you the palette that I'm working with, to clear way for our nether fortress castle, our nether castle, that's what we'll call it. Our nether castle spawn hub. Seems good. Oi! Ghast, could you not? Okay. Whoa, how did that not kill him? Don't let my tools break. See you in a bit, double A. It's not actually been made into a movie. I'm actually big dumb idiot. I think you owe me an apology. Imagine reading. Who even does that? Reading. Books? That's so 20th century? It's such a try-hard thing to do. Read. Nims, will you put your hardcore world to download on YouTube? We talk about this, you know what, it's fine. It's the first time it's been asked today. I have a lot of... how to explain. So you know how I feel bad with YouTube? You know how I get really sad at like how toxic of a platform it is? It's mostly it's because of there's There's a lot of things, but one of the things that makes me real sad is whenever I put in, you know, several hundred hours into builds, and then people just copy the builds and claim them as their own. And it's like, that's super awful to do to somebody. And it just makes me feel bad, and it makes me not want to be like a creator. It makes me not want to share my designs. So the problem that I have with putting up world downloads is that I have so many designs that like I haven't made like officially public yet, that I am very scared of that happening again and again to me. It's already happened dozens of times. There was a YouTuber who I got into like a big fight with a long time ago because he was literally just copy pasting my designs one for one on his channel. And like that was his whole channel's shtick, is he just cloned people's designs. That's it. He made no original content. And then he was German. And he was German, and so he's like, oh, well, I'm providing it to the German audience because I use German keywords. And it's like, but you're just copying the thing and doing it. Ugh. And like, he didn't respect me when I'm like, please don't just copy my designs. I shouldn't have to like fight with my own video for like so long story short, I'm very nervous to post my designs anywhere for that reason. So it's unlikely that I will ever publicly post any worlds of mine again. Until like the design is very established. Because it dissuades people from just using that world as like quick copy paste claiming. See, but it's really what? Where did I look at Enderman? It's really hard to call it plagiarism. Dude, am I about to die to an Enderman? Just a single Enderman? It's really hard to call it plagiarism because do I technically own the thing that I made? And this kind of goes back into the conversation that we had a couple of days ago, and this is why I'm so knowledgeable on the subject, is does a person that creates something in Minecraft own the thing that they've created? There's a big argument for no, and a medium argument for yes. And I'm talking in like the legal United States law sense, not obviously every country is gonna have slightly different laws. And I'm talking in the very legal sense here. There's a reasonable argument for no, in that, you know, it's a game, and the game is designed to be played to build things. And therefore, by building things, you are playing the game the intended way, in which case, there is no ownership other than Microsoft, Mojang. However, there is another argument that exists that is like the Photoshop argument, in that Photoshop does not own the paintings that you paint, like the photos, the art that you create with Photoshop. I see my pickaxe. I see my pickaxe. Photoshop does not own the art that you create with Photoshop. Why is that? Because there's a law that says something to the effect of, on any reasonably creative platform whose sole intent is to facilitate the creation of a new product, the original infrastructure does not get to claim ownership of the derivative product. It's something like that. So, in Photoshop, if you make some work of art in Photoshop, Adobe doesn't get to own that photo, right? You could argue that the intent of Minecraft is to facilitate creativeness, and therefore they do not own, Mojang does not own, the things that you build. Watching that pick. In which case you would. So it's very weird, and then it could get less smart than that, because then you also have to think about like YouTube's terms and conditions. So this is stepping away from legal, like a law perspective, and just looking at the T's and C's that YouTube provides. YouTube probably doesn't want to encourage people to just clone people's work. So while there is a medium strength, and there's our pickaxe, I'm not going to use that anymore. While there is a medium argument saying that it is not legal to copy somebody's Minecraft's builds, which sounds ridiculous to even say, there is a strong argument that says YouTube does not want people to copy people's videos. So if I make a video that's a tutorial video teaching somebody how to do something, and then somebody else comes up behind me and uses all of my assets and all of my resources to make a clone video, well, YouTube definitely doesn't want that. So there's a lot of conversation that could happen, and it's all mostly philosophical here. I'm just gonna go repair. About the like morality of it, and then also whether or not it breaks copyright law, or if it breaks YouTube's terms and conditions. How an Enderman gonna kill you with full? Dude, I was just missing every swing, and I didn't have my chest piece on. That didn't help. So while these build up, I'm actually curious. I want to see, YouTube has an auto flag system whenever people use your videos or use your audio. It doesn't do anything. It's just like, hey, you should be aware that somebody is using your video or your blah blah blah, your audio or whatever the hell. You should just know. Which is why you get some of these false claims, because YouTube is very informative about I'm looking here. YouTube Studio. They let you know the moment your content appears somewhere else. And then you get some very easy shortcuts of what actions to take. And like one of my, I almost wish I hadn't removed this guy's video, because it was insane what he had done. He had literally taken one of my videos, stripped the audio off of it, and then just reposted the video with his new voiceover. It was 100%, it was literally exactly my video with no audio, and then he just spoke over top of it. And of course, that one's very easy. That's very cut and dry, right? Nobody argues that. I'm curious. I want to look at something else here. Let's try this. I'm looking. I did a quick Google search on my baby skunk video because that got pirated all the time. But it doesn't actually look like it's being pirated anymore. Which is good. I mean, here's an example, right? This is just a quick Google search. This is my video. This is my video on not YouTube. And they one-to-one, they just ripped the video and re-uploaded it as if it was their own. And like, I can obviously, I basically can submit a DMCA takedown request to Dailymotion and say, this person is infringing my copyright, and then I have to do a whole bunch of stuff to try to protect my copyright, whoever the movies is. And then if Dailymotion doesn't comply with that, I get to sue Dailymotion. But like, that's my shoe. And see right here, this is my butt. This is me. Look at me go. That's my butt. Oh God, look, that was before I had a bald spot. So like, and that's just with like 30 seconds of searching. Maybe put a watermark on your vids? Nah, nobody wants to watch a video with a watermark. Oh, I forgot to switch to my tool to repair it. LOL, I'm kind of dumb. So the same sort of thing happens all the time in the like Minecraft creative space. If we were to do a search for what's a super popular build right now, I mean, if we do like melon farm, right? Here, let's go YouTube and then search like melon pumpkin farm, okay? Melon pumpkin farm Minecraft. Alright. So right off the bat, look at this. So this is Ilmango's design, who he very detailed and in a very detailed manner establishes this melon pumpkin farm. Okay, so it's basically just using observers observing the stems, going up into a solid block next to a note block, which then extends a piston, which pushes the piston down, breaking the melon or pumpkin. And then because the piston is kind of extended, then it pushes the new drops into the dirt a little bit, which allows the hopper to collect it. Okay, cool. This is ilmango's design, posted March 14th of 2019. Second search result. I want to see his... Okay. So he doesn't use the same design. It's similar. Oh, but look at this! Does this look familiar? Oh yeah, it does. Wonder where he got this from. Okay, 277,000 subscribers. He's got 73,000 views. And he doesn't even source that he took it from ilmango. How about this one? Oh, look at what this is gonna be. I wonder. So we put some doors and some aesthetics around it, but it's the same damn thing. 526,000 views, whereas ilmango's got 926,000. So ilmango's having to compete against himself twice. Is there any mention, any source, any credit? Credit to ilmango. So he at least credits him here. But he got 526,000 views and 184,000 subs by stealing somebody else's work. Oh, okay. What about this one? Looks like the same damn thing. 94,000 views, 1.46 subs. Oh, this is now Exuma's? Oh, it just links to his channel. Which isn't, it's not Exuma's, it's ilmango's. So, like, this is kind of the thing that I'm talking about here. It's the exhaustion of, and like, okay, well, this is also super toxic. I hate this as well. Yeah, this is ilmango's design again. And then this is also toxic in my mind because he's keyword spamming. You can't have a tutorial let's play. That is like saying, I am going to have an apple orange. What? Lossless tutorial let's play, all of these are just keyword spam. Survival tutorial, it's just frustrating. It's frustrating, and it's a super toxic place to be. So to pull this all back, if you try to make good original content that is truthful, that is unique, and that is original, you're going to fail because everybody else is not playing by the same rules. How do we know that it was Ilmango's design? Was he the first to do it? Yes. Yes, it was. I need to remember to be repairing my pickaxe. So this is just a very long, convoluted way of saying this is why I don't like to release my designs. This is why I don't want to post my world downloads anymore. This is why I struggle to make videos for YouTube, because I play by a set of rules that aligns with my internal morality. Whereas other people are like, fuck it, I'm gonna just do whatever I can. I will steal, I will cheat, I will lie and manipulate so I can get ahead. And I'm like, I don't wanna do that. I wanna do that. I disagree with that. The quality content goes at the top eventually. I mean, I think that we just demonstrated that well, yes, Ilmango's design was the #1 search result, the #1. The #3, the #4, the #5, and the #7 were Ilmango having to compete against himself because people were stealing his content. And as far as we saw, only one of them credited Ilmango for the original design. Do you know Ilmango's opinion on this topic? No. But like, I also make tutorials, so I'm telling you my opinion on the topic. Because it happens to me all the time as well. I wonder if there's anybody that's ripping my tree farm yet. I'm looking. A lot of them use TNT. Which does put me in a very hard category because nobody can copy mine cleanly because mine doesn't use TNT. You know, no, but I can't see anybody that's copied my tree farm. Oh, bright. Okay, sorry. I'm back in Twitch chat. You know what I hate more? When people show a farm and don't give tutorials, they give a world download. Like, it's annoying. I mean, sure, I could agree with that. But, like... I'm gonna flat out tell you that if you want those people to continue to make you tutorials, then that becomes impossible to do it as a full. Yeah, I just full disagree with a lot of like anything that justifies the theft of somebody else's design, because the number of hours that goes into designing something like that is more than what can be reasonably done in a casual way. So if we're talking about somebody who's like, oh, I'm a Minecraft hobbyist, right? I'm a Minecraft YouTuber hobbyist. Well, that guy's not going to have the time in order to make the... I think we might be done saving the netherrack. That guy's not going to have the time in order to figure out how to make the things that we're discussing here. The tree farm took me 1,000 hours to build. No hobbyist has 1,000 hours to just throw at a single aspect of a single game. So the only people that are going to actually come up with like new content, at least in this regard, are the people that are trying to do it as a full-time endeavor, which full-time means that they need to be able to feed themselves and pay bills and take care of their family, which means that there's money involved, no matter what way you cut it. And if somebody else is able to just come up behind you and take all those hours and just like take your work and claim it as their own, and then make you have to compete against yourself, then it's just not worth it. So this is a very long-winded way of saying that probably never going to make public-facing downloads ever again. However, I do have my world downloads available to patrons. So let me... You plan to make a creeper farm. Unlikely, but anything could happen. I don't have a reason for a dedicated creeper farm because my Darkroom mob farm spawns creepers fast enough that I've never really had an issue with gunpowder. Yeah, his opinion is irrelevant here, I agree. He can have an opinion, and it's not to say that his opinion is invalid, but in determining how I feel, it doesn't matter what he thinks, I will feel what I feel, no matter what any of you think. It's just, it was an easy example that I had at the top of my head, which is why I brought it up. In regards to Ilmango's designs being ripped. Let me catch up in chat. I seriously enjoy your tree farm. Thank you. I mean, straight up. Like, no jokes, no memes, no exaggerations. I would guess that I have 1,000 hours into that tree farm. Just in the design process. And so, like, if we took not even like a fair minimum wage, but real minimum wage in the States right now, and if I paid myself $7.25 at 1,000 hours, that's $7,000. I still haven't made $7,000 on that tree farm, chat room. And so then, how do you think somebody feels who puts 1,000 hours into something? The tree farm's not being copied right now because it is a relatively complicated build. So a lot of the people that do the copying are low effort. That's like their whole shtick, is they just low effort steal people's content as like a get rich quick scheme. So the tree farm is complicated enough that the low effort get rich quick schemes don't steal it. But imagine somebody who had a slightly more simple build. puts in, you know, 1,000 hours to developing this, has a eureka moment, and then realizes that there's just some ridiculously simple thing that's ridiculously powerful. And then everybody clones it. It's detrimental to the community because the person that created the original piece of work is less likely to be able to create subsequent pieces of work. And if it were any other space, any other medium other than YouTube or Minecraft, then it would be heavily protected by law after law after law. I agree with you 100%. Just making something I've thought of. Let me catch up a chat real quick. Let me hide and then catch up in chat. If you improved on the farm in a real way, then it can be yours, but you should still reference. Yeah, for sure. I want to read what his original statement was. When can a farm be altered enough to be considered your own but have the same principles? Or is it one person makes it first and no one can make another tutorial? Not being a dick, by the way. No, I think that's a great question. So like a good example of this is like Ethos Hopper Clock. Literally everyone in the world that plays Minecraft has used Ethos Hopper Clock, right? If I were to make a farm that has Ethos Hopper Clock embedded inside of it, am I not allowed to make that because it's derivative of the Hopper Clock? No, that would be dumb, right? Of course I can use Ethos Hopper Clock in order to make a new thing. Similarly, and this is also another good example, this harkens back to like the 1.7 days of Minecraft. The first AFK fishing farm, I believe, was made by Panda 4004, something like that. And he had the very first proof of concept of a fishing farm. I know this sounds so strange because like everybody uses fishing farms. And everybody knows them, but they weren't always in the game. It took a long time before we discovered the things, and Panda was the first one that did it. And actually, I think I can show. Boom, right here. I believe, if I remember right, this was what the first ever fishing farm looked like. This thing here. This is, if I remember correctly, this is what the first ever fishing farm looked like. I'm amazed that I knew exactly where this was. The concept here, very similar to what you would expect. You walk inside, you aim just under the top of the water block, and then you hold right click at the iron door. Your bobber hits the door, raises to the surface, in which case it goes into the tripwire, and then it holds. And it doesn't work anymore, obviously. And then you also had to like flip a lever to start a timer. It was very obnoxious. Right, and then whenever your bobber was here, it would pause this clock, and then as soon as your bobber was hit by a fish, it would get pulled down, in which case the door then closes and starts this spam clock again, allowing the player to reel in their thing and catch the fish. It was big, it was obnoxious. The collection system was here off to the side. One of these chests was dedicated to fishing pole replacement, because this is before mending existed. So one of these chests was dedicated to just filling it up with fishing poles, so that way the player would be spammed with fishing poles and therefore could sit AFK at this for long periods of time. And then the other chest, and clearly it's this one, was dedicated to the fishing drops. Big, obnoxious, complicated. And this is all true, right after iron trap doors were brought into the game, I was like, yo, I can make this 1,000,000 times better. So then I started to work on it. So the first iteration that I made, I was like, yo, let me first clean up the storage system so that way the chests are just tucked right here on the front, which makes it so much nicer to use. And then I'm gonna rotate from a iron door to an iron trap door. Okay, and then it was still mostly like the same clock, mostly the same everything. We still had the lever, we still had the blah 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 blah, right? And then in the, I think I went actually this way. I don't remember. This is years ago, right? This is in Minecraft 1.7 when iron trap doors were put in the game. And then ultimately I teased it enough, and I think I lost all the iterations between these two, but I teased it enough that I was able to come up with this, which was the go-to de facto fishing farm for 1.7 until like 1.12 when iron trapdoor mechanics changed again. This was the fishing farm, and I made it. This was the fishing farm that everyone used in like 1.7 to 1.11. And you could see how it is derivative of Panda, I think his name was like Panda 4004. You can see how it is derivative of this, but look, mine is clean. The chests here on the front, as opposed to the chest being awkwardly on the side. I use an iron trap door instead of an iron regular door. My clock, so much cleaner to build, so much easier to manage. The overall size, the overall footprint, the original concept is the same. You know, a car has 2 doors, a steering wheel, and 4 tires. All cars are basically the same thing. They run on the same concept, rather. But I took that concept and changed it and made improvements on it in every single way. Smaller, more compact, easier to build, more user-friendly, etc., 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 etc. What graphics card do I have? I have a 970. It's an old boy. It's a very old boy. So, like, yes, absolutely taking somebody, oh hey, and then like here's another example of a fishing farm. Just maybe these were my iterations. I don't really remember, to be honest. It was so long ago. So yes, absolutely, you can expand and build off of someone's core principle in order to improve the thing clearly. But you can see that I didn't just take the dude's design and then claim it as my own. You can see how I went through and I used new mechanics and new blocks and new ideologies to completely revamp his design and make it something that is new and better than what it was before. Whereas then you get these people out here that are just like literally block for block copy it. And that's what I'm referring to. So somebody that elevates a design, I've got no problem with. Yeah, dude, get it. Great contributions, great contributors to the Minecraft community. Somebody that block for block copies something should be banned from YouTube. You should not get to like, think about that in a different medium. Imagine that we're talking about movies, right? Imagine you wrote The Avengers, okay? Imagine you wrote Iron Man, and you wrote Spider-Man, and you wrote, you know, all of the Marvel characters. And then you made Spider-Man, and then I come up behind you, and I make a guy who has exactly the same powers, but I call him the Arachnid Man. Oh, that's different, right? Or you made Iron Man, and then I come up behind you and I make a billionaire playboy philanthropist and I call him Steel Man. That wouldn't fly. That wouldn't fly even a little bit. And that's what happens every single day in the Minecraft community. And that makes me very apathetic to creating. I don't want to put 1,000 hours into a design just to have it get ripped. by a low effort thief. Which is why I've kind of been big chilling over on Twitch for a while, because it's so hard to rip a design from a streamer. Let me catch up. $70 hours a week of minimum wage isn't surviving on minimum wage? Yeah. It's up to $9.25 here? Wait, is it actually? It's been a while since I've had a minimum wage job, chat room. So, like, how do I rectify those things in my mind? How do I feel comfortable being a content creator? And this isn't, I'm not memeing here. How do I find happiness being a content creator, knowing that the moment I make something good, everybody's going to copy it and claim it as their own? How do I make peace with that? The moment I do something that's worth anything, everybody else is just going to take it. And then, like, all the time, all the effort that I put into that thing in order to make my tiny niche of the world better. And then real talk, because like I've talked to people in the Minecraft community about this before, and they're like, oh, just do it for the passion. Don't worry about the money. Clearly you're just money grubby. And I'm like, sure, so I'll be fucking homeless, dude, and but you know what? You know what? I'll make some cool contributions to the video game I play. So like, how do I rectify those things in my mind? And if you can answer that question, if you can honestly answer that question, dude, you'll probably get a YouTube video within a day. Ugh. Unless you're here while the streamer is building it, but then you're probably a fan, not gonna... Yeah, exactly. You're not just searching the algorithm to see what performs well, so that way you can steal it for yourself and then, like, piggyback on somebody else's effort. For sure. Which is why I'm kind of comfortable making them like Patreon gated, because you can't gift patron rewards like you can on Twitch. And the patron gate is high enough, I think, that a content cloner, if we can call them that, somebody that's just interested in like content theft, isn't gonna be like, yo, it's not worth that much to risk it. But a fan would be like, because they don't care about the other rewards, right? Somebody that's like a content thief isn't gonna join the patron server. They don't care about our Discord. They don't care about the community and the rewards and like all the other perks and benefits that there are. They don't care about any of that. They just want the content. So to them, it's just a flat out amount, right? Whereas to like a community member, it's like, okay, cool. So I get the server access, I get all of these other things which make that cost make sense. Does that make sense? What am I making? I am making my nether hub and also cleaning up my nether so that way my zombie piglin gold farm gets better rates. And also, because I'm going to get better rates on the gold farm, it'll also make my piglin bartering system better. So it'll be, it's like 4 things at once here. Good luck with anyone with an original idea in the past 200 years has had to deal with the same problem. You're not wrong. You're 100% right. You know. You're 100% right. But there are like, I don't know, legal protections? You write a book and somebody just changes the name of your characters and then claims the book that they wrote is original. You can take action against that. You can be like, nah, chill. Hypothetical? I mean, it's not hypothetical, though. It happens all the time. And it happens both in, like, they just shot for shot recreate your video, and then it happens in the way where they literally just download your video and then re-upload your video on their channel as if it was their original content. Both of those happen. It's not hypothetical. Part of me wishes that I hadn't done it to, because my mods saw it. I posted it in obviously there's some hidden channels in Discord, like the mod channel and whatnot. I posted it in the mod channel in Discord, and we all were like laughing because of how blatantly corrupt it was. Because he literally just downloaded the video and then cut the audio and then re-uploaded it with his voiceover and presented it all as if it was his original unique idea. He's like, look at what I've invented. Look at what I made. Hey guys, I made this. Don't forget to look at this thing. Look at how much effort I put in. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I was like, it's not hypothetical at all. Eating. Catching up a chat. Well, if you don't mind asking, how much a month do you make from Twitch? I mean, highly variable. Highly variable. But you can start with some basic knowledge, right? So at the top of the page, I'm super upfront about you guys because it's all crowdfunded, and therefore I think that you guys, if I were a business, like if I were a company that you could buy stock in, you guys would be my investors, and I'd have to answer to you. So I'll tell you everything. So it right at the top of the page is the only thing that's kind of remotely consistent. And so that first number is how many subscribers I have. So you can take, and this is true for every streamer, you find out how many subs they have, and then you multiply that number times 2.5. Because that's the cut that Amazon gives you. So if I have 174 subs, 174 times 2.5. Alexa, what's 174 times 2.5?
174 times 2.5 is 435.
435? So I'll make $435 from subs this month. But remember that that's variable because like gifted subs are a thing. And Zyle was super generous yesterday. So like Zyle donated $1,500 by himself yesterday. But like, is that a regular occurrence? Absolutely not. And should that be like an expected thing? One person to just be like, yo, I'm bankrolling you for this month. No, absolutely not. Just look at Tesla Edison deal, and you see it. Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, I bet Tesla felt the same way. I bet that's why a dude fell in love with a pigeon. He's like, people are shit. Why bother? Pigeons are sick. I get it. I love that when people that don't have to deal with it are content creators and belittle the problem. And it sucks to talk about because money is inherently involved, right? But money is only involved because time is involved. How is somebody supposed to dedicate the hours to doing the thing if they can't sustain themselves with those hours? Everybody's got to eat. Everybody's got poop. Everybody needs a place to sleep that's safe. There are reasonable things in life that all people, and so like maybe this is a bigger commentary about like our society and expectations of society being a very materialistic thing, and maybe you could say that this is why we need some sort of catch-all system so that way people can take risks and therefore don't have to worry about like the material aspect. They don't have to worry about where they're going to get food. They don't have to worry about their personal safety or their personal health. You could make those arguments. I'm not going to get into the political side of it. We're talking about like UBI, Universal Basic Income. But people need to be able to sustain themselves. And if somebody's going to throw 1,000 hours, or some number, it doesn't even matter. If somebody's going to throw some number of hours at a thing, it's not unreasonable to expect that those hours should be should somehow improve their life. Does that make sense? So how is that person supposed to take care of themselves if those hours are just completely lost? How are they supposed to feed themselves, shelter themselves, pay bills, take care of their family, etc., etc., etc.? Vaco, 500 bits. Trying to do a Zyle impression, but failing horribly. No, dude, you're incredible. You're incredible. So this. Let me catch up a chat. Just to say, Nims, any OG Minecraft player know your name? I know that isn't worth anything monetarily, but that's something to be proud of. And it's all because of how much time and effort you put in with your OG. Thanks, dude. Thanks. That is such a nice statement. And I don't know, maybe this is a problem with my mental. Like, maybe I'm too sensitive to the issue. Maybe I'm too passionate. Maybe, you know, anybody that's tried to make any original piece of content, I guarantee has had to deal with copycats. And maybe my mental fortitude isn't strong enough. That's absolutely possible. Because I 100% agree with you that anyone that's made any original piece of work has had to deal with copycats. Every single person. And maybe I don't have the right mental fortitude. Maybe I don't have the correct mental state. Maybe I'm particularly sensitive to it. I don't know. But that's why I struggle as a content creator. Because I'm like, why bother? Oh, Lord. That's super clean. That flight? Let me just fly over, double tap 2 ghasts, and fly back in one smooth motion. All I know is I've searched Twitch for like 3 months to find a decent channel. So far, this one is the highest quality I've found, so thanks for keeping it real. Hey, thanks, dude. Do you get really exhausted with the Disney streamers? Or like the Disney YouTubers? Oh my gosh! You won't believe what happened to this world! I can't even do it. You know that fake Disney voice? My voice is kind of shot yesterday from Zyle. But everybody knows the fake Disney voice. Ooh. Can't stand. Me neither, dude. me neither. But who would have thunk that? Nim's opinionated? No, never. Look at that progress. The frustration can be beneficial to an extent, though. We can use the anger to drive change. So I've talked about that a lot with Candy. Because I want to go in hot. I'm tired of it. I miss being able to be like, to make videos. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes streaming on Twitch can be exhausting. Sometimes it's like, oh man, I've just got to be on. I've got to be able to, like, you know, I don't want to. I'm never fake, but you do have to be there. And sometimes you just have days where you just can't be there. You know what I mean? And with like a more traditional job, with a more traditional sort of thing, you can kind of clock out. You can just be like, you can manage your register, and you can just be like, did you find everything you needed? Yep. All right. Thanks for shopping here. See ya. And then you can just kind of go on autopilot. You can't autopilot on stream. It's just not possible. And so sometimes being able to take the days for YouTube where you can autopilot because not you only need to record the video once, and there's a lot of background stuff that happens to make a video, right? And the designing, the iterative process, the actual editing of said video. You don't have to be on for those. You don't have to be like, you know, fully awake. Also, Jesse, I was asking earlier, I think you must have gone AFK right as I asked the question. I'm gonna pester you about this again. When you come to KC, you told me that you were gonna try KC barbecue once. Anyway, I wanted to go in, and I wanted to go in hot. I wanted to be like, yo, this person is creating manipulative content. But that makes me an asshole, right? If I'm like, hey, this person stole somebody else's design, aren't I just like shots fired for no reason? Am I being offended on somebody else's behalf? That's not a healthy way to engage with someone. Post-pandemic. Okay. So like next summer then, probably. Oh well. Are you gonna treat me to KC barbecue? Dude, if you come to Kansas City. I think most of the OG audience I would treat to Kansas City barbecue. I would say it's just sort of drama fuel. Exactly. So going in super hot, while it might make me feel better, it might. Because I get to call out the things that I feel are disingenuous about our community. It might just serve to perpetuate drama in the community. I'm like, I also don't want to be the guy that's like, we all know the YouTubers that stir up drama specifically because drama breeds views. And I don't want to do that either. So how do I rectify the desire to instill morals in a immoral system? And I shouldn't call it an immoral system, to instill morals in a system that benefits the immoral, without being the type of person that creates drama, which has traditionally been used as a very aggressive and lowbrow form of content generation, which is kind of the thing that we would be aiming to remove in the first place. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. I accidentally dropped my pick. Okay. How are y'all doing? I'm very good. Very good. I don't have a passport anymore, so I have to deal with that. Yo, you should get the passport now, so that way when the pandemic's over, we could have like a KC meetup. It'll be great. I think the issue is that content creators would just change the format of their builds from I built this to building this farm and would likely still leave out the credentials. You're probably right. So then the question really just becomes, how do I change my mental? How do I reframe this in my mind so that way I can get over it? Is this something that I should seek like professional help for? Is that an actual thing? So, like, somebody that's able to help me reframe subjects in my mind? With the way that your leadership is handling some of the pandemic will go away when the next one comes? While you're not wrong, I don't think that's right either. The pandemic likely won't stop. Okay, rephrase. Travel likely won't be overly safe until herd immunity happens. and herd immunity will likely happen after a vaccine, which our inept administration is not undermining. So while they are setting bad precedents for how to keep us safe until a vaccine is made, they aren't undermining the creation of a vaccine. So more people will die until a vaccine is made, but a vaccine will be made at roughly the same pace that it would have been made otherwise. Does that make sense? How does the copyright strike system work for claiming a vid? Like the one in this diss? You know, I had somebody that was going through and he was just taking my entire tutorial library and just remaking them. It was his voiceover and it was his video, but he one-to-one copied the shot for shot every single thing I did. He took every script that I wrote, every camera angle, everything. He did re-record it all. But imagine, again, you wrote the Avengers movie. And then somebody comes up behind you and instead of Iron Man, they use, Metal Man. And instead of Spider-Man, they use Arachnid Man. And then they shoot their own movie with Arachnid Man and Metal Man, but it uses the exact same script, the exact same dialogue, the exact same shots, the exact same plot, character development, etc., 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 right? Because that's what we're talking about here. And that's what he did. And I copyright striked him. And we of course he contests it. He's like, yo, I made it, it's original. Sure, it's using all of your assets, but I reshot all of it, so now it's original. So he contested it, and then I contested his contest. And I'm like, dude, I just don't want you to copy my stuff anymore. I don't want it. First I asked him nicely. I was like, hey, could you just not? In a very nice, long-winded manner. Hey, could you just not? And he's like, nah, I'm gonna keep doing it because I made these. And I'm like, you didn't make those, you just copied those. And he's like, well, it's still, I made it. I'm like, okay, well, I tried the nice way. So then I copyright strike him. And then he counterclaimed the copyright strike. Which then gets into escalation. And he did it on more than one video. So he did it on 4 of my videos by the time I caught on. Which meant that if I won this contest, his channel gets deleted. Because he would have had 3 copyright strikes. And I'm like, I don't want to do this. I'm not trying to take down your channel. I just don't want you to copy my stuff anymore. And he's like, well, why do you care about me copying your stuff? And it's like, because I put a bunch of time and effort into it, and I am trying to do this as a full-time thing, and I need to eat, and I can't eat. I can't pay my bills whenever your videos are suppressing my videos in search results. And he's like, well, that's not my problem. That's not my problem. Whether or not you can pay for your bills isn't my issue. And he's like, and clearly you're just money grubby. That was his argument against me. Clearly you're just in this for the money. And I'm like, what? What is even that logic? Because if it was like truly passion, then like why are you just copying somebody else's work? That's not a passion thing to do. And so we went back and forth on it for a while, and YouTube of course drags their feet at settling these sorts of disputes. And he was part of an MLM thing. What are those called? That that like sign YouTubers. I don't know what those are called. Those big parent companies that claim to help YouTubers, but then just really take all their ad rates. What are those called? I don't remember. He was part of one of those, and so they got involved. And then because he's German, it was like it got even more complicated because it was like YouTube trying to settle like US things, US policy versus German policy, something. And ultimately, it never was. YouTube was talking to both of us, trying to settle the issue, and it was started to look like it was going to go in my favor. YouTube's like, yeah, you did kind of one-to-one steal all of his stuff. Is there any way that we could settle this that doesn't result in those 4 copyright strikes going through? YouTube never made an official thing about it. They never hard defined anything. But as soon as YouTube was like, yeah, this looks pretty sus, my dude, guy stopped talking to me, and his parent company came back and said, our client has agreed to no longer copy your videos. And I'm like, that's all I wanted in the first place. And then I dropped every claim I had against him. And I dropped all of them as soon as I got that email. And then afterwards, like, I don't know, a month later, he sends me a really angry email or something like that. That's like, I hope that you're happy you won and crushed my heart. And clearly you're just money grubby or something like that. So look, I want to catch those gas balls with my face. Let me catch up a chat. Catch you. I'm actually scrolling up. I appreciate that we could have these things. It's one of many things. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I was kind of being hyperbolic on purpose. Hyperbolic regarding what? I'm scrolling way up. Oh. Yeah, our administration about the pandemic, sure. Tons of people that face this in history and no one has a good answer, which is why I think that I might just need therapy to help, right? Because it's definitely a problem with my mental. It's an inward problem and not an outward problem. There are absolutely always going to be people that have different levels of morality, and that's not a problem. And I'm not trying to shame or guilt, those people. If you found a $100 bill floating on the sidewalk, some of us are gonna try really hard to find who that $100 originally belonged to. And some of us are just gonna put that $100 in our pocket and then go buy dinner for our girlfriend later, or our mom. I don't know. And is either of those things empirically right or wrong? No, it's not. So the morality of this is impossible to define, which means that it's an inward problem that I need to somehow become more comfortable with, and the strict standards in which I live my life need to relax. But to say just get over it is a very nobody can do that. Nobody can just overnight change their mental. Nobody overnight can just snap out of a core fundamental principle that they define their person on having, like they define themselves on having. So is it something that I should get, like, non-ironically, like, should I talk to somebody about it? Continuing to catch up in chat. Rectify the issue. You may just have to decide which the lesser evil is. I mean, true. And I mean, honestly, I don't know if this is a thing that you need to get over. Like, I know we mean, but I don't know if you actually need to go back to YouTube. You've clearly found a nice groove of streaming. Maybe it's time to stop feeling bad about not posting videos and just doing the thing that you're currently doing. That's true. It's true. But I also really enjoy making videos. I really enjoy it. But I don't like the, I can't, clearly, I am not mentally strong enough to handle the negative sides of making videos. I enjoy it, but so I very much so thrive and enjoy and love and appreciate everything that is like the YouTube community. I really like it. But like that negative aspect, and it's not even the YouTube community. I have no problem with the comments that are like, "Oh, this design is bad" or "This design is dumb." Those don't bother me at all. It's the like mental plagiarism that messes with me. All therapists do is ask you questions, get you to talk to yourself and figure it out. Well, they have been good at what they asked. I'm in an opinion that no one ever needs them. I would disagree with that. They definitely, I mean, if you have a bad mental, the therapist is there to unravel your mind, to help you realign your mental, like your mental state, your mental health, your thought processes, so that way you can reframe them in a more healthy manner. Absolutely, they do unravel you, so that way they take you apart, so that way they can help you put yourself back together in a more healthy way. Moral of the story: don't F with NEMS. I mean, it just shows you how exhausting. I bring that up just show you how exhausting it is, and how like toxic the people that you deal with will be when regarding this. Does that look like netherrack slabs? Continuing to catch up in chat. Maybe set aside 1 hour you would be streaming for YouTube. I mean, but that's not what the issue is. I have the time. It's not a time problem. It's a mental fortitude against toxicity problem. If it's something that interferes with your ability to function or enjoy your life. I mean, yeah, I mean, ultimately we're talking about something that I, as a human being, thoroughly enjoy, and because of the way that other people engage with me, whenever I do that thing I enjoy, I no longer enjoy it. Except, the problem with that is, the thing that the way that those people engage with me is a relatively common thing. And like, it doesn't just affect one part or one aspect of my life. It's like, it's definitely like a more core fundamental principle. I'll own it. I have a disconnect, and now we might be getting into a therapy session here. I'm just going to be very truthful about who I am as a person. I am very principled in my life. I have a lot of beliefs that I would die, like actually die, before I would forsake my own beliefs, before I would forsake my own morality. And whenever I engage with a person who does something that's even just a degree, like a percentage point off of what I define as my morality, then like I view that as like super toxic, and like I have such a hard time shaking that toxic view I then have of that person. Even though, like, who am I to be judge, jury, and executioner? Who am I to be the empirical you know, who am I to define what is and isn't morally just? I have absolutely no right and no stake to make those claims. So why do I have such a problem when other people push or do things that I would define as immoral? It's absolutely a problem that exists within my own mind and not a problem that exists within anyone else. I have you could call it a God complex, you could call it like a narcissistic complex, you could, whatever you want to call it. I define myself so rigidly and so strictly that whenever people do things that don't abide by my rigid, strict rules, I cannot shake the negative view that I then generate of that person. It is so hard for me to do that. And that, I'm sure, is the fundamental principle of why I have a problem with like YouTube as a creation platform. I know that's the core issue at why I have like social disconnects with people. I know that's the core issue, but how do I fix that? I don't know. Okay, I'm catching up with chat. I'm so far behind. Okay, I'm just gonna skip to the very bottom of chat because I was scrolled way up and I'm just missing stuff. So if you sent a message and you want me to read it, just resend it. I've never felt more heard, comfortable, open, emotionally validated than when I talk to our therapist. There's just something different about talking to a trained, unbiased third party about what's going on in life. Yeah. Have you considered trying to reach out to other creators somehow and discuss it with them? Like, I'm not sure how many contacts you have in the Minecraft community. I have a few. I have most of their Skype information, but who uses Skype anymore? But there for a while, before Discord became a thing, that was how all content creators like engaged with each other. So like I have like Mumbo's Skype, I have Exuma's Skype. Yeah, I have most of the Hermit Crafters Skypes. But like who uses Skype anymore? LOL. Their perspective. I mean, that's a good point. See how they feel about it. Did you meet them out of interest? What do you mean, out of interest? Oh, how did you meet them out of interest? I mean, way back in the day, the Minecraft community was smaller, and so most of the larger Minecrafters would just reach out to each other, and just like constantly talk about like collaborative projects. But then the Minecraft community got a lot bigger, and so the circles got a lot. No way could the social circle of Minecraft content creators encompass every Minecraft content creator. So the reaching out to content creators kind of stopped. But way back in the day, we all just kind of talked to each other. I was on the outskirts of fringes of that. I wasn't a very big content creator, but like I was big enough that they knew me and that I had been brought in once or twice to hang, but not big enough to actually be in like the, okay, if there was a popular kids table, I got to sit at the popular kids table one time. They invited me over to the popular kids table one time. And that's basically all it was. If you could, would you join Hermitcraft? No. That's a whole different conversation. I could summarize it in like 2 sentences, though. In that same vein of how did I meet a lot of these people, there were a couple of other people who were small and got invited to sit at the popular kids table once or twice, and then we were like, "Yo, we're gonna make our own second table for other people that don't get to sit at the popular kids table." And so we started to try to work on a project, and there was some like sexual harassment that happened, and I brought it up to the person that was coordinating this project, and he told me that sexual harassment doesn't happen to guys, and I was like, okay, so I'm out, deuces. That person is now on Hermitcraft, so I'm like, nah, I'm good. If that person left, would you consider joining? They wouldn't even need to leave. They would just need to show me that they've changed. And they don't even owe me an apology in my mind. I just want to know that that's not the sort of content that they're creating, because I don't want to put that out into the world. I don't need an apology. I don't need them to be canceled. None of that. That's fine. People can make some dumbass comments in the past. As long as he understands now that sort of past behavior he had was toxic, then I'm fine. I would be perfectly comfortable working alongside and creating content alongside him. He doesn't need to be canceled. He doesn't need to be shamed. People can have dumbass opinions that they then grow out of. Cancel culture is bad and wrong. TLDR. So no, they don't have to leave. And they don't need to apologize either. Which is why I'm super hesitant every time that this comes up. I never want to say their name. Because again, I'm not trying to throw shade, and this is like prior to the Me Too movement and prior to like sexual harassment being kind of a cultural subject there for a minute. And I like to imagine I want to exist in the world where the Me Too movement made that person reevaluate some of their previous lines of thinking, and I want to live in the world where he understands that. That is what he told me was a very toxic thing, and I want to live in the world where he no longer believes that. I want to give him the opportunity to grow, is what I'm saying. And I feel like if I just shots fire him, then I'm encouraging, mob mentalities. And that's not healthy. I missed something. James deleted a lot of stuff there. I would like to catch up in chat. Would you say who it was? No. Have you talked to them about it? No, because he was mad at me at the time, right? Because we agreed to do this project together. We agreed that we were gonna make all this stuff, and then I was just like, hey, so this happened, and he's like, that doesn't happen to guys. And then I was like, okay, so I'm leaving, and he's like, well, we agreed to do this project. You are kind of screwing me over if you just leave. And I'm like, yeah, I'm still gonna leave. And so he was super upset with me because we agreed to work together, we agreed to do all this stuff together, and then I just bailed. And so he's, for sure, he's frustrated by that, you know? I bailed on him at the 11th hour. So, Nims is an adult. Yeah, okay. It's a toxic mindset that a large amount of people need to hold up. Guys just need to man up, and if something happens, they just can't be harassed. Yeah, super toxic. And like, I had evidence, man. Like, I had like overtly sexual DMs. And nah, that just doesn't happen. I don't know. Yeah, and I'm not, no speculation. Again, toxic. Ooh, pickaxe almost broke. I'm not about that speculation life, right? Again, cancel culture is bad and wrong. People should be given the opportunity to grow and change, and the opinions that they once held, you know, when presented with new information, you should be able to reevaluate your stance in the world and then adjust accordingly, right? I'm sure I had dumbass opinions whenever I was 16. Actually, I mean, I know I did. I remember, you know, I'm 30 years old now, chat. And like, I remember when I was 16 playing Halo 2 and calling someone gay or a fag was just a normal thing to do, you know? And in hindsight, that is borderline hate speech. And it's like, you are devaluing an entire group of people with extreme derogatory language for what? To tell somebody who shot you in the face in some silly video game that you're mad at them? Like, what? I am sure I did that when I was 16 playing Halo 2 in my parents' basement. But like, does that mean that I deserve to be canceled 14 years later because I was a dumb child? Nah, all it is I'm fortunate I lived in a time that nobody was actively recording every single thing I said from the history of forever. And so people should be given the opportunity to grow and change. People should be given the opportunity. And like, forcing them to change doesn't actually encourage change, right? Canceling someone isn't actually helping them understand the things that they did, how the things that they did were wrong. You're only saying, do what I want or we will disappear you. You're not actually helping that person grow. You're just saying, if you want to exist, you'll be what I want you to be, rather than showing them how they are doing something bad. So it's just a problem. So yeah, I absolutely refuse to name the person. "14 years later, that gaming toxicity hasn't changed." I actually disagree with that. I play Valorant in like my personal time, and for sure I see people that drop that sort of language all the time. And all I respond with is like, hey, it's 2020, get some better insults. And more often than not, the other people in the lobby agree with me. So while, yes, I agree that that mentality still exists, there is a push against it that is now greater than the number of people that perpetuate that mentality. So it's on the out. It's definitely out swinging. Tree, have a good night. So Nims, when are we gonna play Val? you'll hit me up. Think toxicity breeds toxicity, and sanity breeds sanity? I mean, if that's the case, then I have no problem calling people out on that toxicity. But that one's very cut and dry toxicity, right? Everybody on the planet understands how that's toxic. Whereas to loop this back around into like the YouTube conversation, the levels of toxicity that exist in YouTube with like content theft, that's a much harder toxicity to define. Except when your partner who is comfortable with it, sure. Like I have a friend who, and this is he's Geigerman knows him as well. Geigerman and I are very close friends in real life. Who defines himself, the words that he would use to define himself is like, he's such a fag. He like loves it. That's like, he just runs around and like anytime he does something goofy or funny, that's what he says about himself. And like, I don't still feel comfortable doing that. I'm not gonna be like, oh, you are such a... it's just, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where like the reclamation of a word in order to remove the hate that's behind it. In which case, there is definitely a difference between somebody playing, you know, an online video game that's using it as an insult versus somebody who's like being happy and funny and goofing around and then uses that to define themselves. Okay, you built the bulk iron farm, villager trading hall, bulk iron farm, potato carrot farm, and then use all of those things in conjunction with each other to get a buttload of emeralds to then buy diamond armor. And then you win at hardcore Minecraft. That got a little spooky. I was full sprinting into lava. How goes the big dig? Progress. Progress. Does it look like we've made progress, or does it look just the exact same of where we left off, or where you last saw? So many VIPs? Dude, there are so many VIPs. Tim's missed my funny story. I'll resend it. Is it bad that I just now realized that we were digging out a huge area for some reason and never even questioned it? Yeah. I mean, why are we building this huge, digging out this huge area? It's okay. It looks like you've made quite a bit of progress. Yeah! See, like, that's where we started. And I haven't broken any tools yet. It's a good day. I agree to a point, Sile. On the receiving end of section 1 level times in my life, and you obtain this community just. Oh well, that's sad. If that ever happens again, Clawley, please let me know immediately, and I will handle it. Just because someone doesn't say something doesn't mean it's okay. In a community, they don't really know someone. There's a line that you shouldn't cross. That may be okay. / normal with your friends. How do you have 535 levels of XP? I know, it's kind of sad, dude. Like, I had 565 yesterday. It feels bad that I dropped down so far. I'm memeing on you. I'm memeing on you. I did actually have 560 yesterday, but I understand that your question isn't how did I drop, it's how did I get up here. I have a lot of really powerful experience farms, and then because it's hardcore, I'm not, you know, you can't die in hardcore, which means that the experience just accumulates and accumulates. So one of the most, I started out, the easiest way to get all the experience that I got was I built a skeleton experience grinder. There's a tutorial for it on my YouTube channel. A skeleton experience grinder, which uses wolves to automatically kill skeletons, which then drop experience because the wolves are owned by the player and thus it's considered a player kill. And at the same time that was running, I was AFK in a fishing farm, which also gives you experience. And then once, that's a relatively slow experience farm, but it's very easy to build. Once I got a little bit further into the game, I was able to build things like drowned farms, which give you a lot more experience. Then I was able to build a double blaze spawner farm. So you know how blaze spawn out of the monster spawners? I had 2 of them right next to each other. And then I was able to use that to give me a bunch of experience. Then I was able to use a raid farm. So you can AFK farm raids in Minecraft. Like the, you know, the raid pillagers, yeah, those things with like ravagers and whatnot. So I was AFK farming pillager raids, and those gave a bunch of experience. And then most recently, I've built, and this is actually part of the project I'm working on, I built this thing, which is a zombie piglin gold farm that then feeds into a piglin bartering system. So all of these layers up here is just spawnable spots for zombie piglin. They then fall down a central chute. Use a lava blade as a fall break, so that way it resets their fall height. That way they all fall down at exactly 1 health. And then me, the player, I can come in here and kill them all and get a bunch of experience. And now I'm 536. On the way home today, I heard a mom yell after her child, "Alice, stay at the curb, don't cross the street." And when I walked past her, I told her, "Alice, it's a pretty name. That's what mine is too." And the little girl just looked at me with confusion. But Alice is a girl's name? What? New follower from Portugal. Hello, Portugal. So I actually do need to use this to repair my tools. How did that make you feel, Who Skull? Yeah. Tactile and common sense. I mean, tone doesn't exist in text, right? That's part of the problem. Like, I could be like, hey, Zyle, you're looking real cute today. And, like, that's just a meme. But, like, if I were actually trying to, like, that would just be weird and borderline harassment. Why is the Rainbow Experience bar off? Because 116 updated, and I've just been super lazy. I need to turn it back on for sure. I need to improve the rates of this. Do you have a YouTube channel that can explain the farm? Yeah. Not the one that I'm in right now. I'm really sad that this thing feels like the rates have gotten so much slower. I wonder why that is. It's like ever since 116.2 came out, it feels like it's way slower. But that might just be anecdotal. It might also be ever since I redid my Nether Path system. I wonder what's related. She got in the way. Oh, thanks, I guess. Loaded other areas and those mobs are still counting to the mob cap, possibly. Those mobs should despawn, though, right? Because I shouldn't be within range of them to exist without despawning. Repairing my tools. He also has a pretty nice voice, not gonna lie. I'm gonna level with you. People say that to me all the time, but I feel like my voice is super nasally. Like I feel like I always sound like I have a stuffed nose. Have a good night at work, Zyle. Take care, dude. The legend departs. Oh, nice, Retro. Good luck. Good luck. Okay, we got one tool repaired. I got like 2 halves of 2 tools to repair. I think Zyle, and I think I was planning, Candy and I have started to talk about a staycation sort of thing. Do something nice here in Kansas City, with as like and like dedicated to Zyle. I don't know. Voice is great, nasal and all. Oh, thanks. Could you hear it though? I'm actually curious. Do you hear how I could consider my voice nasally? No, you don't? Okay. It's quite deep. Definitely not. Oh, look at all the little guys. I can, but being a music person, I have a trained ear for that kind of stuff. Candy just messaged me. Ooh! Castle, Clawley, Ooskal, are you all here? The first pass at the elevated needs more pink art was just sent to me. How you guys feel about it? But you gotta pick one. We can't do both. I can hear it, but it's not that intense. It's super smooth and deep. Okay, cool. I definitely need to get more soundproofing in the room. I know that there's a bit of a reverb, a bit of an echo ever since I moved the position of the mic. If I were to like set up properly in my chair and actually be close to the microphone, I would then be able to, right now the microphone volume is boosted, which then picks up a lot of the like ambient echo, because I'm super lazy and I just haven't soundproofed for shit. But if I were to actually be like an appropriate distance from the microphone, this is probably closer to what I sound like. I don't know. I like the flowers more, but I think one would be better on a shirt. I like the flowers more too, but do a poll. I mean, this is just first pass. It's not ready yet, but feedback, criticism, I'm sure she would love it. Oh, she's here. What would this be used on or in? A lot of people have requested for an elevated needs more pink, specifically for shirts. A lot of people project their air through their nasal passages when they sing talk. Yours isn't too bad. Project their air. I feel like I plug my nose with my tongue whenever I go to talk. I know that sounds weird, but I feel like I plug my nose whenever I... Okay, cool. Okay, the person asking about like the experience, this is an auto-click macro that I have set up. An auto-click macro that I have set up that swings the sword every 650 milliseconds. The second one, I like the second one too. 650 milliseconds, because that's the delay that it takes in order to get a fully charged sweeping edge attack. This is the same auto-click macro that you would need to use in something like a raid farm. So consider that I'm level 536, and consider that X levels require exponentially more and more experience when you are the higher level you are. So the amount of experience that it takes to get from 536 to 537 is it's like the same amount of experience that it takes to get from level 1 to level 100. It's insane. And that's just due to the exponential curve requiring exponentially more and more experience. And with that context, we are gaining experience. If I were to AFK here for another like 30 seconds to say 3 minutes, depending on how good our rates are, I could easily hit 537. Manifested says he'll buy the shirt. Hey, I haven't subbed and that on a shirt would look cool. Yeah. Okay, I have a question regarding Minecraft. Lay it on me. Sodium or no sodium? I'm not a big fan of mods. And I recognize that sodium isn't technically a mod, but it improves the performance of your client. So I would say if your Minecraft runs well enough in vanilla, I would keep vanilla, because then you don't want to risk you don't want to risk your worlds corrupting because somebody coded the mod wrong, somebody blah 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 blah, right? If your computer can run vanilla, I would just run vanilla. However, if you're on like an older laptop, which I know a lot of people are, like they have old laptops that they got through school and whatnot, and Minecraft doesn't run all that great, hey, try it. If it's the way that you can play Minecraft, then yeah, do it. The second is my favorite, but it needs more depth, like the first. That and the first, I would have a slight separation on the O and R and more, because it looks like moan. I'm a graphic design major, so I'm just detail oriented. No, yeah, it's great feedback. I know Candy. Candy is my girlfriend, and she's a dual major in. Candy, will you remind me what you're a dual major in? One of them is like user experience design, and the other one is it graphic design? I don't remember. She's got a dual major and something like those things. And so we work a lot on like, and see, look, I'm almost 537. I'm just gonna stick it. No, drawing, not graphic design. Okay, I'm sorry. So, building our relationship in a way that we could like criticize each other in a healthy way has been very, very good, and I think very, very beneficial to us. It makes us both better. Happy to help, new to the stream, but would 100% buy a shirt and support you guys. Y'all are cool. Hey, thanks. I mean, we do have a merch link. Oh, hey, maybe Peter already dropped it. Drawing and digital media UX. Okay, drawing and digital media user experience. I got it. We have an art channel on the Discord. Hey, hydrate. I got that hydrate. We have an art channel in the Discord, and I love to see the pieces of art that you guys make. Uskal makes some really cool, like, would you call it fan art? I think I would call it fan art. I really like Phoenix imagery. I don't know if you've noticed. And Uskal has nailed like the personification of a phoenix so well. Snowchild, hey, what's up? Yo, you want to carry me in Valorant tonight? Okay, 537. We did it. Success. I'm gonna lean back in my chair now. This is too try hard. I'm getting too sweaty. Show the shirts again? Wait, show what shirts? Oh, yeah, I'll show it again. The designs. Boom. This is first pass on a... So we have the NimsTV NMP emote. I'm gonna spam that in chat a little bit. So we have that needs more pink emote. So this is an elevated version of that, and kind of using the same color palette, using the same ideology. It started out as a meme a long time ago because I don't, like, look at my world. Look at my world. Does this look like I've built for aesthetics in mine? So people would meme on me and they're like, oh no, you need to build for aesthetics. You need to do better. You need to do better. And then that evolved into, you know what it needs? How do you make it better? How do you make it more aesthetic? Oh, it needs more pink. That's how you make it better. Nims be like, needs more gray? LOL. My desk is gray. My dice bag. I'm looking around at my office here and like honest to God, I don't think that there's a, you know what, the single aesthetic thing in my office, I did not get for myself. I'm non-ironically looking around. My dice bag is right here. I had an aesthetic choice in that, and so it's a handmade dice bag. Yo, I don't even care. I'm wearing the same tank top as yesterday. Don't judge me. Alexa, turn on my studio lights. Alexa, turn on my studio lights. Okay. This is a dice bag. Check it. And you know what color it is? Gray. I custom commissioned because it has a flat bottom, because you're able to set it down. Yes, I'm playing Minecraft for a living. Is it really surprising that I own a dice bag? No. Come on. Do you play D&D or what? I played D&D last night, and I will play D&D again Saturday morning. Okay. Anyway, so the idea of this dice bag, it's sick. You open it up, and it stays upright while it's open. Find another dice bag that does that. It was made by some lady just in a local board game shop, and I was like, I need one. And then all of her colors were really bright or made with patterns. Like this is back in like the season finale of Game of Thrones, and so there were like dire wolves and Targaryen dragons and what have you. And I'm like, no, that's too much for me. I don't want it. I want a gray dice bag. And she's like, just gray. And I'm like, yes, like slate gray, dark gray. And she's like, but that's it, nothing else. Yes, that's it. So I custom commissioned a gray dice bag. This is 100% true, Candy can confirm it. But then here's like these are my 5mm dice. So the small ones. Yeah, and they're metal. So that way they are gray. They are gray on black. And here's my other dice. Which come in this like scroll tube thing. I don't even care, chat room, but this is totally derivative of Minecraft. Be mad at me. Okay, so let me put up my 5mm. These are tiny little lads. Look, just drop them on my keyboard, and they're metal, so they pushed buttons. Those are the little lads. Kill the zombie again, please. I will, in a moment. Okay, so this thing, it unrolls. Because I'm a dirty, filthy person that uses metal dice, I don't want to like dent the shit out of your kitchen table. I'm not gonna be that guy. So this, it's like a little scroll thing, so that it like unravels and then it unfurls, so that way it turns into its own dice tray. And then this has a zipper, and then inside here are my other metal dice, which are also gray. Yeah. Oh, you can see the pink reflecting off of it. Yeah. And these are like the properly sized. That's a metal D20. So that way, whenever I'm playing D&D at your house, I'm not denting your dining table because I'm rolling metal dice. This is like a thick leather here, so that way I'm not being that guy, right? Because anybody that's played D&D has played D&D with somebody that owns metal dice, and then those same people that own metal dice, one, they're loud, and two, you'll go to sit down at your dining table after you finish playing, and you're like, why is this dented to shit? Why are there just dice dents everywhere? And it's like, and then you get mad at that person, but they're no longer at your house. They're already back home. And you're like, I'm gonna kill your character. What's the name? What's a stereotypical name of a person that plays with metal dice? Well, it's gotta be the equivalent of like Chad, but for D&D. Do I have any spin downs? Dude, I also play Magic the Gathering. Of course I have spin downs, please. Alexa, shut off my studio lights. Anyway, one or two. Criticism is great. Swipe! There we go. Vaco, are you gonna add the Needs More Pink and Big Dumb Idiot shirts to the store at the same time? We might stagger them. Just because I don't want to overwork. I don't want to overwork Candy. So like, it's a complicated relationship that we have because we live together, which means that we pay bills together. We're dating, and I don't think that it's unfair to say that we're both getting married sounds like we're both excited, happy to. It's a happy conversation that we have frequently. So then you bring in working together. I mean, it's one of those things where we've talked about it once or twice. You know what I mean? So then it's like, well, we already pay bills together. We already live together. She's upstairs right now. So how do I properly pay her for the art? And like, if we work together, if we the whole idea of this stream, it's kind of like both of our projects, which is further amplified by like her equity stake. I don't know. So it's so I just don't want to put pressure on her because like it's very complicated to define like what I need to pay her, and I do try to pay her, but at the same time it's just like, here, let me pay you and then you buy dinner. Right? So it's weird. It's like, okay, here's my share of rent, but also here's some money for the art that you made. And then she turns around and is like, oh, okay, well, I got paid for this commission I did. I'll buy us dinner. And so it just kind of gets like, whose money is whose money? And so it's just goofy. You pay with baking. Baking. I'll make us brownies. She doesn't actually like brownies all that much, TBH. It's kind of like saying, how do you pay yourself? Like if I commissioned art for myself, how would I pay myself? Like, we're basically sharing money. So, like, I am just handing her money that she then just, like, kind of hands back to me. It's goofy. We're not quite at joint bank account levels yet. But we've discussed it. It's more like... The joint bank account stuff is more like apathy instead of like an actual relationship decision at this point, right? It's just like, God, I just don't want to go to a bank. And it's like, do you? Nah. Okay. Well, we'll just, everything's the same. I want a Lil Nim shirt. Oh, wait, I can do that? You could. Hello, it me. Here, we're gonna be done with this. I've gotten enough experience. I think I proved my point. And the experience from that is only going to get better as I continue to slab my nether and reduce the spawn areas nearby. So like, we have a bunch of spawn areas right here, a bunch of spawn areas over here. There's clearly, I wonder if I were to set the chunks to like super tight, excuse me, hiccup. If I were to set the render distance to be very short and therefore unload a bunch of the nearby chunks, like only 2 or 3, would that make the rates of this better? You can make that pig XP farm auto reply easily. I don't understand what you're saying, my dude. Turn down entity distance, not render distance. Options. There you go. I don't think entity distance changes. I think that just changes where they render at, right? Or excuse me, where they, what the draw distance of them is, not necessarily where they spawn. So they could be alive, but not rendered? You can make it auto very easily. I'm not interested in making it auto because I really want the looting from my sword to apply here. And you're coming in a little late, but I'll show you.
Remind yourself
hey,
that
Trevor.
overconfidence is a slow and
Tier 1, 2
insidious killer.
months. What's up, dude? Thanks for the sub. I use a macro. It's the same macro that you would use for an auto raid farm. So I use a macro that auto clicks every 650 milliseconds. It's the same sort of concept that you use in an auto raid farm. It's the same sort of concept that you used in most like AFK farms. So it handles it pretty well. You should make an Enderman farm. Oh, buddy, dude doesn't know the can of worms that he just released. Manifested already got the answer. He thinks that they are archaic. Yes, very much so. Enderman farms are antiquated, archaic, no longer necessary. They are a dead build, and you shouldn't waste your time on them. And I'm not memeing. Zero memes. So very specifically, check. Do I need ender pearls? Do I need ender pearls? Do I need ender pearls? Nah. Do I need experience? Nah, probably not. So if it's not for experience, and if it's not for ender pearls, to what end would I make an enderman farm? No. Yeah, I think that they were good once, but especially post piglin bartering, I think that enderman farms you shouldn't ever waste your time on them again, because they're really the only thing that you want to build inside the end, where there's a lot of projects that you want to build inside the nether. What's your end game? Satisfy my every whim and every carnal desire. I don't know. I just like building. And so this is the current project right now, is I'm currently trying to, improve the rates of the zombie piglin farm, and by extension, improve the rates of the piglin bartering system, while also working on my nether path system. Work on my nether path, and so this is what it's going to look like. This is like the one completed section with the respawn anchors fully charged. So this is what my nether path is going to look like. And then that all comes together, and we're trying to feed it into this portal. This is the portal to my overworld base. And so then we're, at the same time that we're doing that, I've now figured out the rough aesthetic for what I want the nether castle I'm working on to look like. Obviously, this is just Blackstone right now. There's going to be more depth. I need to work in some like crying obsidian, some different blocks in order to give it a little bit more color, a little bit more depth, a little bit more of a correct feel. However, this is 80%. 80%. And so you could imagine that, this is going to be mirrored or going to extend out that way. And then there will be like a little tower here, and then it'll 90 degree. And yeah, so then this will be on this side. And we're basically going to have this kind of archway around each one of our 4 areas here. And then this like little center courtyard will make this a small little base or hub inside of my nether that, I'll put storage inside of it. I'll put a lot of, maybe some small AFK farms, maybe like a proper netherwort farm or something like that, right? How long have you been on this world total? Stats. 44.89 days. Alexa, what's 44.89 times 24?
44.89 times 24 is 1077.36.
1,077 hours. Yeah. I'm on day 3,516, so it's been a hot minute. I need more rockets. I wouldn't say that I AFK a lot anymore because it's been a while since I've AFK'd, but I have AFK'd in this world.
Part of the strength, God, our overworld looks so bad in comparison now. Part of the strength of this world has been this room right here, and it's very small, it's very claustrophobic, but there's not a whole lot I could do about that. Specifically, the zombie experience, or excuse me, the skeleton experience grinder system that exists with these 4 wolves, and then the AFK builds that I'm able to run off of this thing. So as an example, here, we'll actually do it this way first. So we have a skeleton spawner underneath this cobblestone. This is the very first thing I built in my world. A skeleton spawner underneath that cobblestone. Of course, then we push them in through some water streams and we do a bunch of stuff. And then they end up landing right here. Because the wolves are owned by the player and because wolves attack skeletons by default, the skeletons are counted as having died to the player, which means that they drop experience and they drop their rare drops, which means that we can level up from this. Obviously, I'm getting a slow trickle of experience. I can then use that experience to do some really cool stuff, like repair my tools while they're in use, because over my left shoulder, I'm getting experience while I'm actively using my tool. So I don't have to worry about like tool replacement systems. You know the old cobblestone generators, they would like shoot pickaxes at you every time your pickaxe broke, and it would just sit there and spam you with pickaxes? I don't need to do that because my cobblestone generator uses an Unbreaking 3 mending pickaxe that is then automatically repaired by the skeleton experience grinder behind us. So I can then take this concept and see my pickaxe is actually full durability now. I can take this concept and really run with it inside of this. This is a AFK tree farm. So we're gonna do basically the same thing, except now I'm gonna be growing and cutting down trees fully AFK-edly. So like my hands, I'll even turn on my webcam. Alexa, turn on my studio lights. So I can run with this logic, and obviously I'm now able to repair. I don't have this anymore. I'm now able to repair my axe while the farm is in active use, and I never have to worry about my axe breaking because it's being repaired by the skeleton experience grinder that's just behind us. Of course, I don't need as much experience. Is this custom or was it from a tutorial because I'm trying to build one? Everything that you've seen so far is 100% me. Everything that you've seen is all me. And I have tutorials for a good number of these things. So I have a tutorial for the skeleton experience grinder. I have a tutorial for this tree farm. Yeah. I do have an iron farm as well, yeah. I've started a world, I'm really enjoying it, but I'm struggling to get diamonds at the moment. Is it hardcore or regular survival? Okay, so I'm gonna chill on that, actually. Boom. Close that. Yeah, so you could imagine that this skeleton experience grinder just giving me a slow trickle of experience, and it is slow, but it's more than enough to keep your tools repaired while you do most basic things with your tools. I could then use this in conjunction with a fishing farm as well, and remember that fishing farms also provide you with experience. So the experience that I get from the skeleton experience grinder in conjunction with the experience that you get from a fishing farm gave me quite a few levels. And then because, you know, my character is just AFK in this one set position, this one known location, I was able to capitalize on that by building all of my other farms in a position where they are most optimal when the player is inside this room. So because I know the player is going to be in this room for the longest period of time, I could then build, say, my dark room mob farm in a position that was optimal to this room. And so then my Darkroom mob farm is very, very powerful as well. Oh. Anyway, nobody wants to see me just auto fish, so I'm gonna be done with that. I came to the overworld because I ran out of rockets, and we're still good on golden carrots, so I'm big chillin'. Do iron farm work from 114? I'd be very careful with 114 iron farms because a lot of those, Alexa, shut off my studio lights. A lot of the older farms, Iron Golem farming changed ever so slightly in 116, just a little bit, but it was enough that it might cause problems. So you should check the comments before you start to build any of them. We want Silk Touch. It's better for inventory density. .115 farms working 116. That's not entirely true. Manifested. 100% Iron Golem farms were changed in 116, and some 115 farms no longer work in 116. He will need to check the comments on any Iron Golem farm built prior to 116, for sure, to make sure it still works. Yeah. And like, this isn't speculative. I know it happened because it happened to mine. Sorry for the bad spelling. I have a sensitive keyboard. No worries, dude. You don't need to apologize for that. I don't expect you guys to have perfect grammar and perfect spelling. Just so long, because we have a lot of like international people in here as well. Or maybe a better way of putting that would be non-native English speakers. So, dude, I'm not gonna bust your balls on like not being perfect. We're in here to play a game. I'm not giving you an English lecture. My English good? Yeah. Hey, I got it. So it's good enough. Oh, yeah. And for those of you that don't know what we're building right now, I'm clearing space for my nether hub. I missed. We'll just leave it, it's fine. I'm clearing space for my nether hub, so that way we can continue to build that giant nether castle that I showed you just a minute ago. It's gonna be big. And then, the more area I'm able to clear, the more I'm able to isolate my mob spawning inside of my gold farm, the better the rates my gold farm will get. And the better the rates my gold farm gets, the better the piglin bartering system gets. Which I firmly believe that piglin bartering is probably the most powerful farm to exist in Minecraft right now. The only thing that might be close is raid farms. Raid farms might be slightly stronger because of their ability to drop totems of undying. And then like, because raid farms also give you emeralds, which you can then use in conjunction with villager trading. Raid farms might be slightly better just because of their proximity to villager trading, and villager trading is objectively busted. It's so strong. Just dupe items. Yo, did you see that new dupe? Where you like give an item to a baby piglin? Set a baby piglin to 1 health, give the baby piglin an item, and then kill it as it's inspecting the item. Yeah, I saw that. Super cheesy. Did you legit miss the ancient debris in the floor? No, I even called it out. I pointed at it. We'll get there when we get there, though. The dupe works really good. I mean, The only thing I might ever be interested in doing, or doing if it ever came back into the game, is like God Armor. No, I don't even think I would do God Armor, actually. The only thing I think I would be interested in having that is no longer available, that is cheesy, that used to exist but no longer does. Does anyone want to guess what that is before I tell you? It used to exist, but it doesn't anymore, unless you had it from back in the day. That would be the only thing I would want that's not God Armor. Notch apples? Notch apples still exist. You can get them from dungeons. Yo, I got that one. Gas dies. Oh, we got it. Frost Blue got it. Mending with Infinity. I would want Mending Infinity bows back. That's it. Manifested got it too, but he was a little slower. Penguin also did. Yeah, Mending Infinity. I had one of those in my season 2 Let's Play world. I had a Mending Infinity bow. I would definitely take one of those again. I bet the Twitch compression on this is so angry because of the number of particle effects that we're seeing. There's so much changing on the screen. Is it just turning into a blurry mess for you guys? And red is notoriously difficult for video compression algorithms. That looks pretty nice. Oh, okay, good. Because I always forget to turn particles back on and then the game looks weird. Encode and go brrr. Really though. That used to be so broken. I mean, yeah, Mending Infinity was... Okay, God Armor was broken. Mending Infinity was just convenient. I wouldn't say it was broken. God Armor made you way too strong. Mending Infinity just saved you 5 minutes. Do I have to build the iron farm in my spawn chunks? Because I don't know where they are anymore. No. Iron Golem farms are one of the few farms that do continue to work, even if the player's not in the area, though. Which is why it's recommended that you build them at spawn chunks. However, it's absolutely unnecessary. You can just build them wherever the hell you want. With the exception of, like, you can't build it next to, like, other villages. Because then, like, your villages merge together and you run into problems. No. Oh god, the skeleton. Wait, yo, win what? Did I miss something? When am I gonna get that ancient debris? I mean, momentarily. Why does the farm running, even though you're not there, result in recommended to be built in the spawn chunks? Because, if you build it in anywhere outside of your spawn chunks, then it only runs when the player is nearby. And therefore, let's say that it gets 100 iron per hour, right? If you build it outside your spawn chunks, it will only get 100 iron per hour when those chunks are loaded. If you build it inside your spawn chunks, then your spawn chunks are always loaded, and therefore you always get 100 iron per hour. So it's conditionally 100 iron per hour versus 100 iron per hour always. But at some point, you just kind of have so much iron that you don't know what to do with it. So it doesn't really matter. Nimbs, I want a big brain emote. I know it's sub-based. How far away are we? 75 average viewers is what we need. And like, there is no algorithmic stuff to improve the number of viewers on Twitch, so it's really just word of mouth. Hell yeah, number 2. I need to claim that this world is 5 years old and then die in it, is what I need to do. TBH. Crash, are we back? Dropping hard frames. Is it back now? I don't see that we're dropping hard frames. I did see it skip on my end. And I do see that we dropped about 1,000 frames. Looks good now? Okay. Why don't you build it on top of the nether? I mean, so you're talking about the zombie piglin gold farm? Okay. Well, first we need to evaluate what is hardcore Minecraft. Hardcore Minecraft is supposed to be hard. You're supposed to risk death. Mobs don't spawn on top of bedrock, which is analogous to peaceful. And so imagine if I had an area that just didn't have mobs spawning. Kind of defeats the purpose of hardcore, doesn't it? Additionally, the top of the nether is perfectly flat, which is more analogous with creative, which kind of defeats the purpose of playing in survival. I personally, and I'm not trying to throw shade at anybody here, I think the building on top of the nether is cheesy. And I'm phoenixes are lactose intolerant, and so we can't do that cheese. But you might not be a phoenix, and that's okay. So you build on top of the nether if it makes you happy. Additionally, the area that I'm clearing here isn't explicitly for the zombie piglin gold farm. It's more to clear space for the castle that we're building in the nether. It's just a happy side effect that it's also going to help with the zombie piglin gold farm. So the priority is building a giant nether castle hub. And the secondary is that it's going to help our gold farm rates. Didn't mean to fall. It's a nice thing about Minecraft. We get to make our own rules. It really is. But it's also kind of one of the detriments to Minecraft, right? Is it's such an open game that people that how do I say this in a way that's kind of nice? People that have problems creating their own adventures struggle to find what to do in Minecraft. Because they're just like, I don't know what to do. And it's like, you could literally do anything. Oh, well, I still don't know what to do. And it's like, okay. It's like Minecraft definitely appeals to the type of person that just wants to sit down and like play with Legos. In some life, they could just build goofy stuff out of Legos. Whether it's pretty stuff or maybe they're playing with like the Technic Legos where it's like robots and machines. They're kind of self-starters with projects. If you can't self-start with projects, Minecraft is adding more for you. We are seeing more and more adventure-based projects or more and more adventure-based things being added to Minecraft. And I see, personally, I think that more adventure incentives are only good. Because we already have a million things to build. We could chill on buildable things. I want more reasons to go leave my base and explore the world. And and by having more things that encourage me to leave my base and explore the world, I think that helps bring those people in and start acclimating them to Minecraft's kind of create your own adventure mentality. Who do I watch on Twitch? I really like GDQ. There's a Diablo speedrunner that I really enjoy. His name is Mr. Llama. He's pretty good. But that's just because he like fills my childhood nostalgia of Diablo 2. It's certainly not for everyone. Very true, very true. But I think with the more and more adventure updates we get, I think it does become closer and closer to everyone. And like the coolest thing about Minecraft is like it's unlimited creativity. Like Fall Guys is taking over the internet right now, and everybody's gonna forget about Fall Guys in like 3 months, right? But you could basically build all of Fall Guys inside of Minecraft. Basically every mini game that Fall Guys has, you can just build in Minecraft. And some of them, Fall Guys pulled from Minecraft. Like that was a great shot. What is it, the final one where you're like jumping on those hex tiles? That's just a Minecraft thing. We called that spleef back in the day. Another thing is that people who aren't well versed in the game but have basic experience, and it's more difficult to be motivated. Can you look at how many piglin you've killed in stats? I wonder if it's broke 100,000 yet. 98,000. A lot of the fun in Fall Guys is the goofy physics. I mean, that's true. But Minecraft does have its own goofy physics. Like, people kind of forget that Minecraft was the first ever BR. Like, way before Fortnite, way before whatever, Minecraft was the first BR. Battle Royale. Way before PUBG, way before all of it. You had Minecraft. And we called it Hunger Games. That's what it was called. Fall Guys, yeah, Fall Guys is very good because it's... See, that's kind of the downside of Minecraft as well, is Minecraft has so much that it's kind of overwhelming. So, like, I could absolutely build Fall Guys inside of Minecraft. Plus, minus a little bit. Don't split hairs on me. The problem with building Fall Guys into Minecraft isn't if it's possible. The problem is how do I reasonably experience it? So like the idea of setting up the command blocks, creating all the levels, How do I reasonably experience the Fall Guys thing that I've made? Which then discusses, is kind of a commentary to the success of, what is that server? The minigame server. The minigame server that has like 10,000 people on it. Actually, PUBG, Hunger Games came after PUBG? No. No. Hunger Games have been in Minecraft for a very long time. Is it Mineplex? It might be. I can't remember the name of it. Hypixel, Mineplex, it's one of those two. I thought Hypixel was just that like RPG Minecraft thing. I didn't know they had like proper mini games in it. So it's experiencing those things that people have made in Minecraft that's the hard part. It's not whether or not it's possible, it's whether or not it's reasonable to experience them. Which is both the pro and the con of Minecraft, is you could build just about anything that you could imagine in this game. But is it reasonable to experience it is another question. And I'm talking about the game directly. I'm not even talking about mods. Command blocks are so powerful that you could effectively code in Minecraft. No, I withdraw that word. Not effectively. You can. I have seen the entirety of Pokemon Red, the original Game Boy game, built in Minecraft with only command blocks. And then they made a texture pack that gave you the correct sound files. But like, you could use it without the sound files. See you later, Jess. Take care. We should hang out sometime. What about Fundy? I don't know what that is. Not off the top of my head. Minecraft has been made in Minecraft, not even joking. I've seen like 2D representations of Minecraft built in Minecraft. But I haven't seen Minecraft made in Minecraft. I wasn't looking at my pickaxe. I kind of spooked myself a little bit, TBH. Hunger Games was 2012. PUBG started in like 2017. That sounds about right. And I think Hunger Games in Minecraft might have been a little bit sooner than that, but it definitely coincided with the release of Hunger Games, like the movie, book, IP. Like its popularity shot up around then. Obviously, you didn't drop in from a bus. Like you didn't drop in from a plane. You all started on like the pedestal, right? The Hunger Games pedestal. But the concept was exactly the same. You start, everybody runs away from each other, gathers supplies, and then a ever-shrinking arena brings you together and forces you to fight until there's only one victor. Exactly the same thing as Battle Royale. And like PUBG wasn't even the first BR proper. I think it was technically, what is it, DayZ that did it first? Like DayZ being a mod of Arma 3, and then there was some derivative of DayZ that did it first. And it was, it was still a BR, but you had to fight through zombies at the same time. H1Z1, maybe that's what it is. It was some zombie game. I don't remember. My video game history is failing me right now. Digital trends, history of BRs. Oh, dude, I'm actually curious. How accurate is what I've been saying? Because, you know, I have a mortal, fleshy human brain. And so I'm curious on how well it is, how well I'm remembering against somebody who's researched it. Well, Minecraft's in there. PUBG, Fortnite, H1Z1. A brief history. Okay, this is all I care about, is this thing. Can I make it bigger? Oh, Lord. Okay, sure. Okay. Prior to 2011, numerous games over the last years have incorporated a last man standing multiplayer mode. Typically, this involved upwards of 10 to 14 players. Notable titles included CS, Unreal Tournament, Hunger Games film released and theatrically worldwide, and interest in BR as a gaming genre is born. Early April 2012, before it became a worldwide phenomenon, Minecraft was one of the earliest known game modes to see BRs. Shortly after the release of the movies, numerous Hunger Games style private servers sprang up. Popularity and demand for the mode surged, seeing the creation of hundreds of servers in the month that followed. So my knowledge is pretty good here. I mean, I didn't play old school CS, so I didn't know that, but like, I don't think that it's unreasonable to just be like, early primordial forms of BRs existed, because I remember that, like, last man standing, one life in like Halo way back in the day, where it was like a Forge game type, where it was like everybody only has one life, you run around and get some guns, and then you just fight until there's only one person standing, right? Which is a very primordial ooze of a BR. So I'll still count it, right? But then yeah, Minecraft, first one. Open world multiplayer, Arma 2, mod DayZ, yeah, personal project. The game features players drop into the zombie-filled post-Soviet state where they scavenge for supplies, weapons, and fighting for gear to survive. Hunger Games Z is organized, featuring popular DayZ streamers. The event draws in 27,000 viewers and would go to reform the Survivor Game Z and hold super more cool. DayZ BR. Yep. More commonly known as PlayerUnknown under the name DayZ BR. Enters pre-alpha stages. Yeah, my knowledge on this is pretty good, actually. Not quite as nuanced as this. I remember this drama here of it being a DayZ thing made by this guy and then shifting to PUBG ultimately. So cool, yeah. My knowledge of that was pretty good. Not quite as thorough as the person that had researched it, of course, but I'll count it. ZGS, how's it going, dude? Watch my pickaxe. You gotta watch it. It's close, but we still have. You multiply the durability that's left by 4, and that tells you what its true durability is. So 228 times 4, let's round it down to 200. So 200 times 4 is 800 blocks. So we still have quite a bit left. It's got a little bit of gas left in the tank, you know what I'm saying? After one becomes an affiliate with Twitch, how do you earn your sub badge? I don't know what you mean. Like, how does a person that subscribed to you get a sub badge, or how do you get the sub button? We'll retire him from that point. 68 blocks, or 68 durability times 4. I mean, still 200 odd blocks left. But still, that's a little closer than I would like it to be. Isn't it 3x? Nah, it's 4x. It is, I'm pretty sure it's 4x. Bad flick. I'm pretty sure it's 4x. I could be wrong. Because it increases the durability. It reduces the odds that you take durability damage by like 75%. And so 75% is only 1 in 4 blocks causes durability damage, right? So if only 1 in 4 blocks causes durability damage, you would say that it has 4 times the listed durability, right? Technically, you can get really unlucky and only have 200 durability. I mean, yeah, but like the odds of being that unlucky are so small that. Oh my lord, dude! Trevor Bright just gifted 10 freaking subs out of nowhere, dude. That's super freaking generous, man. Holy crap. Look at those party phoenixes, I love it. Trevor, a legend. Oh, that actually scared me. I thought I was running face first into lava. Look at all them party phoenixes. Hell yeah, dude. What are we doing?
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a
Overconfidence.
slow and insidious killer.
I miss Darkest Dungeon. I'm currently clearing area to make room for my nether castle. While I'm also, while that also happens, I am mob-proofing the surrounding area to my zombie piglin gold farm to further improve the rates of said farm. So, hell yeah. Dude, Clawley gifted a sub to Frostblue. Aw, that's nice. See, Frost, all you had to do was ask nicely. Thanks, Clawley. You're great. What up, dude? How's it going, brother man? Yeah. So that castle scaffolding it's just the rough draft, right? So it was me figuring out the spacing, how big it needs to be, how much area I need to clear, etc., 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 etc. So whenever I first started that project, I told everybody we're basically gonna build this 5 times, once as our test, and then 4 times for real. And so now I built the test. I have a good idea of how much space it's going to take, what I want it to look like. We still have to clean it up a little bit more aesthetically. Right now it's a little bit flat. And like I want to bring the crying obsidian in so that way it's a little bit more... That way it matches my nether bridges a little bit better. Dude, Trevor Bright just gifted another! That makes 11 gifted subs from a single dude.
He must just be big creeping.
Or not creeping, lurking. Lurking was the word I was looking for. I'm so dumb, chat room. Hang on, girlfriend sent me a message and yeah, responded to girlfriend. So anyway, yes, this castle, this nether castle is what I want to make my nether hub out of. But obviously it's a little flat right now. I just spammed Blackstone to build it. We'll probably build it out of Blackstone brick instead of Blackstone blocks. And then we can like tease in some Blackstone blocks. We can tease in some like the gilded Blackstone. I need to work in crying obsidian so that way it's a bit more, comparable to our path. Stuff like that to kind of bring it all together. So this is what I wanted it to kind of look like, and this is how much space I wanted it to take. Big, epic, grand, yeah. And we're almost done. You know, I started at the ceiling, now we here. Started at the top, now we here. So, can you make crying obsidian or do you have to mine it? Neither. So crying obsidian is an infinitely obtainable or infinitely farmable block as of 1.16 because of zombie piglin, of piglin bartering systems. So everything here on the left is items that you can receive through piglin bartering. So I have a bunch of crying obsidian, and I had a lot more than this, but yeah, we used a bit of it. So crying obsidian is something that you can get from piglin bartering, which is why the rates of my zombie piglin gold farm are so important to me, because I take the gold that I get from the zombie piglin gold farm, and here, I'll just do it real fast. We'll give you a quick demo. So obviously if I were AFK here, let's just drop all of this. We'll just let those get trashed. Okay. So I have a macro that auto swings my sword for me every 650 milliseconds. I'll turn my webcam on for a moment. Alexa, turn on my studio lights. Okay, so this is me. Hello. So it's just no hands, and it's auto swinging my sword for me. And I'm just killing zombie piglin over and over and over and over and over. Now, over time, I would lose my hunger, and eventually I would start to starve to death. But we have, if you look at the top right corner of the screen, you can see the regeneration beacon buff, which restores my health faster than starvation would deplete my health. So I get AFK here infinitely, like actually forever. Just auto-clicking the sword once every 650 milliseconds. Alexa, shut off my studio lights. So, this then gives me a bunch of gold nuggets, and gold ingots. Obviously, it's going to be heavily in favor of gold nuggets, but I am getting as many gold nuggets and gold ingots as possible because I'm killing them with a sword that has looting 3 on it. Instead of just letting them die fully automatically to something like cramming, this is better because I get to take advantage of the looting on my sword. Vaco, have a good night, dude. Does the beacon run out of power? No, beacons never run out of power. How do I auto-click? I have a really fancy keyboard. So, now we're getting a crazy amount. You could imagine that I could, you know, go eat dinner, I could go watch a movie with girlfriend, I could leave this running overnight while I'm asleep. And then I come back, and then all of these double chests here are dedicated to golden nugget storage. So I'm just gonna dump my inventory on the ground real quick. I think that should be fine. Yeah. So then the idea here is I just grab some golden nuggets, quick convert them into golden ingots, and then dump them in that chest. So the idea here is that I can just convert this as fast as I can humanly click, and maybe I make a macro for this too, lol. And I'm able to just dump these in here as fast as I can. And then the farm is set up to intelligently dispense all of these gold ingots to not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 different piglin. And so if we look at this, pay attention to this first inventory slot. It goes down by 2. 1, 2, pause. 1, 2, pause. So this is 2 items every 3 seconds, which is the exact same thing as 4 items every 6 seconds. By giving 4 gold ingots every 6 seconds, we have 4 piglin who can do 1 trade every 6 seconds. So we're doing maximum speed piglin barters. 2 items every 3 seconds is the same thing as 4 items every 6 seconds. And so we're doing maximum speed piglin bartering. And then I'll just convert the rest over. It's not that big of a deal. Cool. And then those piglin, which we'll look at up here. We can see him. Like, watch this guy right here, close. As soon as that dispenser triggers, you'll see the gold nugget or golden ingot fall out of it, and in one smooth motion, the piglin drops his previous gold nugget, or drops the barter and picks up the new gold nugget or gold ingot. It is perfectly timed, chat room. In one smooth motion, they're able to finish the barter and start their new barter. Why don't you build this on the nether roof? Dude, give me a moment. Can you please answer me, please? Chill. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. This is hardcore. Mobs don't spawn on bedrock, which means that building on top of the roof is more analogous to creative than it is in hardcore, or peaceful than it is hardcore. Additionally, the top of the nether is perfectly flat, which is more analogous to creative than it is hardcore. So because mobs don't spawn up there, which kind of defeats the purpose of playing hardcore, because it's perfectly flat, which kind of defeats the purpose of playing survival, I don't do it. I think it's cheesy. However, I'm not trying to shame anybody else that does. I'm just saying it's not what I want for my world. Wouldn't your PC turn off? I mean, conceptually, yeah. Like, conceptually, nothing runs forever, but this will run until something happened that is unrelated to Minecraft. My computer shutting off, my house losing power, you know, something like that. It defeats the purpose of the Nether update. Exactly. This is cool. Like, objectively, this is a neat thing. Like, I am walking along a nether bridge with all of the new generation around me and the new Soul Sand Valley biome with the blue fog above a lava lake to try to reduce the amount of areas that I need to spawn proof. This looks neat. And like getting to come up here and see all of this area that I've had to clear, and like looking at the diorite slabs that I've put down kind of makes it look like it's snowed in the Nether. So it's literally the idea of hell has frozen over because Nims has arrived. It's kind of a cool concept. And I think that's way more interesting than just like spamming ender pearls to get through the bedrock on the roof and then just getting to build for free once you're up there. I think this is more fun. Like, you want to see the new Nether biome? Exactly. I've been clearing it, but this is a warped forest just right here. Obviously, I'm in the process of clearing it and slabbing it. And I think that we have a small just over here. Yeah, this is the Crimson Forest. And it goes right, like my pathway goes right next to it. So I think it's more interesting. I think it's more fun. I think that it keeps the idea of the Nether update, of hardcore, of survival. It keeps us truer to the experience of Minecraft, right? And again, I'm not saying that this is the right way to play and anybody else that builds in a way that's different than mine is wrong. Not saying that. I'm saying that if you're having fun with what you're doing, then you're doing it right. And this is the way that I have the most fun. And now I just sound like a dad. LOL. I'm proud of you, son. Do you want to go play? If you're having fun, then you're doing it right. Would you like to go play catch in the park? Oh. Back in my day, walking to school, in snow, uphill both ways. Okay, Dad. I'm finally done lurking. Well, hello. Oh, hey, Castle. Have a good night at work. Take care. See you later. Oh. Do you have anything in the end city? Nah. So, another hot take, another opinion here. The only thing that was ever worth building in an end city was an ender. And enders are now, what was the word that we used earlier? Not antiquated, what's the other one? Obsolete? No. What was the other word? Archaic. That's what the word was. Enders are archaic. An ender question mark? An ender was a Enderman farm. That killed Enderman very, very quickly. But what do you need an Enderman farm? What do you need it for, rather? Probably end pearls. And because they killed them very quickly, it got you a lot of experience. Well, piglin bartering gets you a lot of experience and a lot of ender pearls, and also a lot of other things. Not only do you get ender pearls, but you get crying obsidian, regular obsidian, you get quartz, you get gravel, you get leather, you get a dozen different relevant items. Whereas an ender only gives you ender pearls. I need to repair that. But end cities are pretty darn cool. I mean, yeah, they're cool. So you go through them once, you get all the shulkers that you need, and then you never go back. Do I have a YouTube channel? Yeah. They've already got the link for you. 165,000 subs on the YouTube channel. It'd be cool if we broke 200. I haven't played Minecraft in forever. What are shulkers? Backpacks. Storage chests that you can pick up and keep their items inside of them. Think of it as a backpack. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Here, I'll show you one real quick. I have a few placed over here. It's a little more complicated than that, but okay, so this one has very clearly all my golden carrots and all my honey in it. I pick it up. See, now it's in my inventory. And then, you know, I come all the way over here. And then I can place it down. And it's still got my golden carrots and my honey in it. And so you can understand how this is really good for like inventory management, because I could then carry multiple stacks and multiple stacks of things. Like I could carry all of this stuff, and it would only take up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inventory slots. What would you like to have updated next? What would I like to have updated next? I have a bunch of theories on what's coming. Hashtag THTDAMD something. I don't know. They hired the dude that made the Aether mod. So we know some stuff is on its way. We know a combat update is coming out. We know mountains are being reworked. We know caves are being reworked. We know snow is being reworked. We know goats are being added. We know did I say caves? Caves. I'm gonna say caves again. Mountains, cave, snow, swamps, goats. Combat. Mountains, caves, snow, goats, combat. Swamps. Yeah, something like that. We know all of those things are on their way. I like all of those. What are the dimensions for the spawn chunks? And what's the F3 bind to C chunks so I can spawn proof them? F3G to see this, to see your chunk borders. And for the future, you can press F3, and then right here at the bottom it says F3 plus Q to see the command. So if I press F3Q, it opens up all of the F3 commands, so that way you're able to do it for yourself next time. Teach a man to fish. I don't remember the dimensions of spawn chunks off the top of my head though, so sorry. Just went to your channel? Hey, thanks. So I'm pretty happy with what they're adding, right? Between mountains and snowier snow and goats and caves and swamps and combat being updated. All of those things are things that I think the game needs. So what would I want to see in the game next after that? I want to see more boss monsters. I want to see more things like the Wither Boss, the Ender Dragon. I want to see more things like Pillager Raids and Elder Guardians. That's what I want in the game. I want more unique pieces of gear. So I want more things like Elytra. I want more things like, what are they called? Turtle helmets, Scroot helmets. What are those called again? I don't remember. What you guys know what I'm talking about. It doesn't matter if I get the name right. Scoot helmets, yeah. More totems. Armor specifically, not necessarily totems, because like at some point we have to handle inventory bloat, because as the game matures more and more, there are going to be too many items that the player can reasonably carry with them. Like, look at my inventory right now. This is how I keep my normal action bar. Like, I only have 2 open inventory slots. Everything feels kind of necessary, and I even keep it like this technically, so I only pull 1 tool at a time, because I feel like ender pearls and rockets are both necessary to have available at all times. So I have 1 tool slot, ender pearls, bow, sword, torch, rockets, open food, offhand, totem, or shield. I don't think that we should be adding more inventory fillers. I think that we should be adding new things that intelligently manage your inventory. So I think that having a back slot would be cool. So putting a new slot here. So you have your helmet, chest, legs, boots, and then you have your offhand and back slot. I think that would be cool. And then inside of your back slot, you have some interesting choices. You have 3 things that immediately come to mind for me. And again, I'm just spitballing here. I'm not making a true suggestion. 3 things that come to mind is you take the Elytra off the chest slot and you put it on the back slot. And then the other things that the Elytra is competing for is a quiver. So that way mending bows are actually reasonable to use again, because they're not just, you don't have to carry 1 billion arrows in your inventory. You can be able to carry like 10 stacks of arrows in your back slot. Which those 10 stacks of arrows are then competing for the Elytra, which cleans up your inventory versus having the movement of the Elytra. So quiver versus Elytra versus a backpack, but the backpack would have to be very limited in its bag size, because if we're going like 10 stacks of arrows, then you can't have the backpack be better than a quiver. So then you're talking about like 3 inventory spaces with a backpack versus 10 arrow only inventory spaces for a quiver. So that's the sort of thing, like, I want to see inventory bloat addressed, and then I want to see more reasons to adventure. Those are the things that I would like to see in future updates. They need to add something where you can mine more than 1 block. Need? I don't think that's a need, I think that's a want. Because we already can push into insta-mining pretty quickly. And if they were to add something where you could mine more than 1 block, it would not be reasonable to also allow for insta-mining with that sort of tool. So say it dug out like a 3x3 or something, which is what I think most mods do. you would have to slow down the speed of that mining process to such a point where it would be only slightly better against insta mining. So, and at that point, either if you overtune it, then it just becomes a required thing, and that makes it boring. And if you reasonably balance it, well, then it almost wouldn't be worth it to use in comparison to insta mining. Does that make sense? Are there data packs that client side make torches in offhand give off light? Yeah, I think there are. But again, that's not something that's necessary, I think. I'm talking about, because I always try to think about things like in, what would make Minecraft a healthier game? Inventory bloat is a very real problem. We also have a problem with power curve bloat right now as well, because netherite armor is so ridiculously strong, and they didn't add anything that's like so difficult to justify the existence of a new tier of armor. So I would like to see new boss battles, some sort of new fight, new combat that's hard, to kind of justify the increase of power curve that the netherite armor provides. Think about this in like the Dragon Ball Z concept, right? Every time Goku powered up, the enemies that he fought got harder too. If Goku powered up, but he was still fighting like, I don't know, like Cell back in the day, right? Or who was before Cell? Shoot, I don't even remember. He would just like blink at them and they die. The power curve needs to keep up. Like the enemies have to be comparable in power, in strength, in toughness in order to make the armor, the tools, the weaponry that the player has reasonable. And I feel like netherite armor kind of broke that a little bit. So I would like to see new boss fights and then a way of handling the inventory bloat, because we've had the same inventory since the game came out, with the exception of the offhand. We've gained one inventory slot. One. Since release. Bad players justify better armor? That's not a healthy way of balancing a game either. Balancing a game against and I'm not trying to be mean here, but balancing the game against the lowest common denominator player is not how you make a healthy game. Because if you balance the game against your worst player, then anybody that's at all better than that worst player is going to have an experience that is extremely simplified and so simple that it becomes unfun. It needs to be a reasonable challenge for most players. Met you in Val the other day. Told you I would come. What was your Val name? I want to see if I remember. They should make a whole castle that you have to raid for those raiding villagers, like their king. I'd be fine with that. I mean, that's kind of what pillager outposts are supposed to be, but maybe the outpost is just the beginnings, right? If you look to other Minecraft IPs, so we have two concepts for other Minecraft IPs, and that is the Minecraft story mode, and then we also have Minecraft Dungeons. Minecraft Dungeons definitely takes that idea of there being like an evil pillager king and runs with it, right? So it is not unreasonable to think that there would be a very large pillager main battle that's better than a pillager raid. They're bringing the fight to you. You should take the fight to them for this big pillager battle. I'd be about it. It makes sense. Kind of fits the lore or the feeling of the game too. How do you get netherite? Mine in the nether. The most frequent way of getting it, see, I think I have 2 in my inventory right now. The easiest way of getting it is to mine under Y15. So netherite can spawn twice per chunk, and one of those spawns will be under Y15 guaranteedly, and the other spawn will be anywhere inside the chunk at any height. Which means that if you dig at Y15, you're gonna find, well, it's below Y24 actually. So Y15 covers a huge area while still putting you above most lava lakes. Or properly below the lava lakes, rather. Sorry, misspoke. And exposes you to chances of both of the netherite per chunk. Legit Killer was the one asking about tips. I vaguely remember the name. The mansion, you mean. The redstone golem, though. The redstone golem, I think, would be a great addition. Yeah, I would love a redstone golem boss fight. And make the redstone golem drop something that's super relevant to redstoners. That'd be cool. Nah, the outposts are for like lieutenants. I think that would be cool if they added a castle with the king, but to find the castle you have to take out like 4 outposts to get info. I mean, I'm not gonna try to theory craft what the individual mechanics would be here. I would like to see more bosses. I'll say that. And like, I do have ideas for what those 4 bosses should be. Or excuse me, the new bosses should be. But I mean, it's 100% pure speculative. I root my ideas in reality, things that already exist in Minecraft. But you know, it's no better than anybody else's guess. I don't have any sort of insider knowledge. What is a beetroot for besides eating? You know, I don't know. Not off the top of my head. LOL. Can't you make them into some sort of potion? Beetroot soup. Beetroot soup, if I could talk. Damn. Conveyor belts and bell tubes so we don't have to make water elevators? That could be cool. You saw my jet every game and we were talking about CPM and YouTube stuff. I remember that a lot more now. Well, welcome to the stream. Do you play Minecraft? I'm all for resource golem. I mean, yeah, it'd be super cool. I like, people have problems whenever you make suggestions that are based in like other games, but Terraria has some really good ideas that would fit, you know, make them Minecraft, but some really good ideas that would work perfectly in Minecraft. Same thing with Factorio. Minecraft needs rope. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if it's gonna come, but I would not be surprised if at some point Minecraft got a grappling hook and therefore rope. Like a Terraria-esque, I mean, perfectly timed, my dude. A Terraria-esque grappling hook. ladders being able to hang like vines. I mean, that's just kind of scaffolding blocks, though. I don't think we'll see ladders hang like vines. But again, who am I? Type would be rope would be good for climbing skills. Yeah, like a grappling hook or a something like that. I think would be good in conjunction, which would then justify rope. So you've played this world more than like the Notable. I don't know who that is. We did the math at the beginning of the stream. I have about 1,000 hours into this world. Actually, closer to 1,100 hours into this world. And I'm on in-game day 3,520, and then, you know, 40, call it 45 time played in world, which is roughly 1,100 hours. I need to make a mount like the rare, however you spell it. But a mount for mining. What would a mount for mining be like in your mind? Like, are you thinking like, you know how a Ravager will just like bust through leaf blocks? You think like a mount for mining would just bust through stone blocks? Alright, dude. You're just kind of advertising now. Chill. Chill. Survived in hardcore for 100, 200, 300, and 1,000 days. Well, I'm at 3,000 days, so sure. LOL. Increasing the amount of villagers bed in an iron golem farm makes it so more iron golems spawn. No, it's not quite that simple. Because a single village can only spawn an iron golem, what, like at a maximum of once every 45 seconds or something like that? And if the villager sees the iron golem, then it puts the whole village on cooldown, which is why you can't stack iron golem farms on top of each other. Because even if like bottom village didn't spawn an iron golem, whenever top village does spawn an iron golem, it then falls down, and if it falls through bottom village, then it resets bottom village's iron golem timer. You really only need 3 villagers to spawn an iron golem. That's it. More villagers is just kind of redundant. Walls I could dig through 1 block dirt tunnels. I mean, we do have context for mounts, right? So we need to look to existing systems. We always need to look to existing systems to get an idea of what direction Mojang wants to take their game. Right. So we do have mounts. So suggesting a new mount, perfectly reasonable. Do we have any context for creatures that can destroy blocks? A little bit. We have one in the Ravager, and then we have some in like Creepers, Withers, basically the explosion types. But a controlled sort of thing, that's a whole new ballpark. We don't really have any context for mobs that do controlled destruction. The closest that I think that we have is the Ravager. Maybe, what are those called? Silverfish? Yeah, we're fine. Maybe silverfish? Silverfish that don't break blocks, they hatch from blocks? I mean, sure. But in the process, they still destroy the block, which for the purposes of defining what already exists in the game, it is a block destruction. Splint hairs on me, my man. What are you working right now? Terraforming the Nether for a Nether hub. I'll show you real quick. I don't mind. It's been a minute since we've looked at it. Terraforming the Nether for our Nether hub, which this is the beginning of it. This is our rough idea. This is our, sketch drawing. And then at the same time, by, terraforming the Nether, we're also spawn-proofing the Nether, which improves the rates of our zombie piglin gold farm, which by extension improves the rates of our piglin bartering system. What do you think about Mojang ever fixing TNT dupes? Should they create an alternative? That's an amazing question. Yes, I do think Mojang should fix TNT duping, sand duping, gravel duping, all the other gravity affected block dupes. I think they should, but only after they implement something to replace it. And the replacement, I think, is first making the TNT recipe cheaper. I don't care how that happens, but it does need to be more available. So right now, sand is too hard to get in bulk. Everybody's gonna be like, oh, just go strip mine a desert. Dude, strip mining a desert to get bulk TNT is an exhausting and time-consuming process. It takes way too long to give you any reasonable amount of TNT. Nah, thanks, I'm good. So, you either need to change the TNT recipe so that way it is cheaper and therefore easier to acquire TNT in bulk. So we're talking about gunpowder plus paper, but then that's firework rockets. So gunpowder plus, I don't know, slime balls maybe makes TNT. Whatever. You somehow make the recipe infinitely farmable, so that way it's not so tedious to acquire. So you either change the recipe, and a quick example, and again, don't split hairs on me, is to go from gunpowder and sand to gunpowder and slime, or you make sand somehow infinitely renewable, which you could do by, say, adding sand to the drop table of a husk. And remember that husks are the desert-only zombie. So then that would encourage you to build a desert zombie farm, so that way you could obtain infinite sand. So then you would build yourself a desert zombie farm and probably like a creeper farm right next to each other-ish. And then you build up a huge supply of gunpowder and a huge supply of sand, combine them together and get TNT. That's the first half of how you fix the TNT duping problem. And you have to do that before you take out TNT duping. The other half is TNT dropping flying machines. So if you were to remove TNT duping, you're also affecting TNT duping flying machines that are world eaters. So you need to also implement a world eater alternative. Well, if we now have cheaper TNT, and therefore it's much more reasonable to spam it out, to create it, I think that you also need to make some way of dispensing TNT while moving. So simply, you do what Bedrock already has, and you make tile entities movable. So dispensers that can shoot out TNT and also move. That's the solution. Looks like you spent a little time in this world. How long's it been? Just about 1100 hours. Something like that. Stats, whatever 45 times 24 is. Alexa, what's 24 times 45?
24 times 45 is 1080.
1080? So I lied to you by 20 hours. Forgive me. So yes, I am firmly of the belief that TNT duping should come out of the game. However, if anyone is having a serious conversation about how you do it, you have to first start by admitting that it enables some very cool things. And then to preserve the cool things that it enables, you have to introduce alternatives. So the TNT recipe needs to be way cheaper, and you need movable tile entities like Bedrock has. And then at the same time, you probably need to take all of that a step further, and you need to have like giant storage systems that can move at the same time, right? So like double chests of TNT that you could just fly around. And maybe hoppers that you could fly around or something like that. So that way you could just stack double chest on double chest with each other. That way you could have like 20 double chests full of TNT. That you just fly around and world eater the world away. I also wouldn't be opposed to something like a new form of explosive that's dropped by a new mob. But you can't get rid of it without introducing something to replace it. But I would love if it was gone. Do I have a server? Yeah, we have a supporter server. It's only available for supporters, though. Obviously, that's embedded inside the name. So right now, that is tier 2 subs on Twitch and patrons. So if you were a tier 2 sub, what would happen is you would connect your Twitch account and your Discord account together, which allows us to verify who you are, and give us then you would give us your Minecraft username and a specific Discord channel, and then we get you whitelisted. Easy peasy. Ooskal. Heading to bed. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Just thought of this, but a server for hardcore. It'd be fun to do as like a one-off thing, but like say you started it with 100 people, right? immediately, within the first hour, your 100 people is gonna turn into 30. Even if everybody was like trying to be super helpful and trying to keep each other alive, immediately, your first 100 people are going to turn into 30. And then, like, boom, somebody just died right there. And then, 10 hours later, your 30 people is gonna be down to 15 people. And then, 100 hours later, your 15 people is gonna be down to 5. And at that point, you will slowly lose people. You lose one person every 200 hours after that. And there's just, even if all 5 of those people somehow manage to all perfectly stay alive, there's so few people that it would be kind of boring to play that way. Just playing by yourself in what's supposed to be a multiplayer setting. It would just feel weird, you know what I mean? It'd just be me. Yeah. It'd just be Nims by
Remind
his
yourself
lonesome.
that overconfidence
Hey.
is a slow and insidious killer.
Lego Sonic, the overconfident, my man. 2 months. Thank you very much. We could do 100 good people, you know? I mean, how do you define who is and isn't good? And even by that same logic, am I good? My first 4 hardcore worlds, I died within the first few hours. This is my first time, like, I don't want to say my first time playing hardcore, but I played hardcore in my first world, died almost immediately. Second world, died almost immediately. Third world, I got like 5 to 10 hours in, and then died. And now this is my 4th world. So I had 15 hours of hardcore experience, air quote, 15 hours of hardcore experience, and then I was able to make this. So, like, am I good? Oh, probably. But I still died in my first 3 worlds within the first 15 hours. So your quantifier is nearly impossible to quantify. Hey, hydrate. I got you. Okay, Gast. Where I'm just getting back into Minecraft. I'm not playing hardcore, just playing regular, and I got so mad today. I went to the Nether for the first time. I got trash on. It took me 45 minutes to get items back. I would run back to my items and die as soon as I picked them up, so there was no despawning. Well, at least there was no despawning. That's good. What killed you? I love how I took 0 damage to the gas. I was kind of laughing at that in my head, because I just stood there. I was taking a drink of water, and I was like, oh wow, my saturation must have been so. I must have just eaten, and my saturation must have been so high that whatever damage I did take instantly healed back. And then just netherite armor, man. Netherite armor is real but busted. Probably a Hoglin. Yeah, that's true. Hoglin do a lot of damage. I low-key panicked for you, but then I saw you are good. There's not a lot I'm scared of anymore. Which might be a problem, right? We literally just had Lego Sonic Sub with the confidence is a slow and insidious killer. And it's like, okay, yeah, I get it. I'm probably overconfident right now, and that's probably gonna be the death of me. I'm probably gonna pick a fight with like 10 Endermen simultaneously, and I'm just gonna die. I don't know what it is, but like I have such a problem fighting Endermen. The way they just stop moving sometimes, it totally throws me off. It messes up my cadence of combat. I found one of the fortress that looks abandoned, a bastion. With the pig people in it, had a lot of gold blocks. Yeah, that bastion for sure. Hey, the oak with the gifted sub. Thanks, dude. What is your plan for you if you do end up dying? Just start a new one or go back to regular survival? Oh, I'll never go back to regular survival again. For sure. What is the plan? So I assume that you mean more for the stream and less for like me personally. I might goof around with like speedrunning Minecraft because I would like to be more well-versed in Minecraft speedruns. I like the idea of going back and looking at the Aether mod because they hired the dude that made the Aether mod back in December. He started work at Mojang in January. So looking at the Aether mod through the lens of whatever Mojang saw in that mod, they hired a dude over it. Mojang liked what they saw in that mod so much that they hired a dude specifically because of it. So going back and revisiting that, especially on stream with the community, to sort of, you know, we're talking about like, we've talked in this stream about futures of Minecraft a few times now. And so getting to go back and like looking at the, at the Aether mod as a potential future for Minecraft, I think would also be very interesting. If I get this with one arrow. Sub to me. Oh, he despawned! Feels bad. So to get to look at, I don't know, to get to goof around and like speedrunning Minecraft and see if I could get a, I don't know, what's the world record right now? It's like sub 20. Maybe it's right at 20. To see if I could get a 30-minute speed run would make me happy. You know, I'm slowing down. I'm getting old. My reflexes are not what they used to be. A lot of speed running though is about muscle memory. So I don't know. I still might be able to get a sub 30 by just building that muscle memory and how to move. So I think that would be interesting. And then yeah, getting to go back and play through the Aether mod and see what Mojang saw in, I forget the guy's name. Oh. To see what Mojang saw in the guy that made the Aether mod. To then see what a potential future for Minecraft might be. I think that would also be very interesting to experience on stream with you guys. I got him with less than one arrow. Oh, true. Maybe I intentionally let him despawn because I was pulling the million IQ play. You should make an RL Craft series. That's the like super hardcore, right? Where like you can't eat the same food, and your head takes different damage, and you've got water as another resource to manage, right? That's what the RL Craft is. Or am I thinking of something else? Old man Nims? Yeah, true. I bet you do better than you think at speedruns. I mean, maybe. I mean, to hit a sub 30, I think would be I would be happy with that. I think the speed run record right now is like 21. And I'm sure there's tons of people that have like, I bet there's thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people at sub 25. Or do another super hostile? That's another good suggestion. I did find a map that's like completely custom that looks super cool, and it's very akin to, it's not super hostile where it's like CTW, Capture the Wool, but it is like a storied game built inside of Minecraft, and that looks really cool. That should still feel like the old super hostile worlds. I don't think Vex is making maps anymore, being honest. What are you digging out? I am prepping for my Nether hub, so I'll give you a quick peek. Splat. So this is our rough draft at what we want the Nether hub to look like. Obviously, it's very flat and plain right now, but the shape, the block placement is correct. I just need to give it some more color, some more depth. I really want to bring the Crying Obsidian into it somehow. So to build my Nether hub out of this like Nether castle, Blackstone castle, I think it'd be really cool. And then at the same time, at the same time that we're improving the Nether or terraforming the Nether for our Nether castle, we're also removing spawnable spaces, which then improve the spawn rates for our zombie piglin gold farm, which by extension improves the rates of our piglin gold bartering system. Can we see your home base? ! World Tour. I did kind of a smaller tour earlier this stream, and the World Tour command, that's like 3 months old, I'm gonna be honest. The world has changed a lot since then. However, it gives you a good idea. But the overworld base, not nearly as good as our Nether is shaping up to be. I'm putting a lot more effort into the Nether than I am into the overworld base. I want to do a modded super hostile, complete the monument. Oh man, what mods? I haven't watched the stream in 3 months, so maybe it's time for an update. Maybe it is. I hesitate because I don't want the YouTube channel to only exist as an advertisement for the Twitch channel, right? This seems like super obnoxious. I would immediately unsub from somebody who all they do is advertise to me to come to their new platform, right? I still want to be a YouTuber. I still want to make videos. And we spent a lot of time at the beginning of the stream kind of detailing, like, you know, kind of like a therapy session, my flaws and faults as a human being that are preventing me from being able to realize kind of my dreams. Like, I recognize that I'm in a very fortunate position, and that I recognize that I've already achieved an incredible amount of success in one of the most, like, coveted jobs right now. And yet I can't get over my mental in order to realize that dream. So I still want to make YouTube videos, so I don't want to just advertise on YouTube, you know what I mean? Did I go too far? What is this? Oh no, this is just a random opening. Like, had me thrown for a loop. You do Super Hostile Isolation Nims, which came out February last year. It's not CTM, more storyline. Oh, is it a Vex map? I thought he was done making new worlds. We're watching intently the durability on that pickaxe. Wow, I thought that guy had retired. I'm happy to be wrong. Yeah, 100%. Super Hostile Isolation would definitely be on my radar for something to do if we died in the near future. Honestly, YouTube is for videos, for actual content, where streaming is actually for more like views connection, like YouTube trying to please the view, where streaming or talking to the views. Yeah. I could get on board with that. Watch my pickaxe. Don't let me break it. As soon as there's no color left in the durability bar, that's when we spam chat and scream at me. See, right now there's that little bit of red. It's fine. But as soon as that little bit of red disappears, oh god, unleash hell upon me. Developed work anxiety at my job, so I understand your mental pain. It's not so much about like YouTube as a platform. We detailed this a lot at the beginning of the stream. If you're curious, I would go back and watch the VOD. There it is. I caught it. We're good. No durability. Yeah, I caught it. We're all good. So there's no durability on either pickaxe. We fly. Mine's less about the specific relationship I have with YouTube and more about the philosophies of other YouTubers and how the conflicting ideologies of creators play out in a relatively unregulated space. Very specifically, I have a lot of beliefs. Look at that durability. I have a lot of beliefs on what is morally just and how to create content that is fair and builds the platform into a better and better platform for all parties. Not everybody subscribes to that same line of thinking. And so whenever somebody does something to me that I would not do in return to them, I get very, I mean, it wears me. It wears me out a lot. And then whenever I realize that the thing that I feel bad that they've done to me, they don't even know that they're doing, and even worse than that, that the morality of other people is not so strictly defined as as the standards I hold myself to. That what they're doing is probably not even considered a bad or a wrong thing. And so the recognition of my internal strict code causing a disconnect from my peers in a way that I can't even voice my concerns because they are so The morality that governs my concerns is one that is an internal morality and not a societal morality, and therefore most people would not be able to relate. And so it's not about YouTube so much as it is about the platform, the other content creators. I don't know, something like that. Anyway, maybe time lapses of your stream builds and upload them to YouTube. A time lapse of the stream build, but then I'd have to have like a third-party account to record myself building something, right? Isn't that the way you make a time lapse? Because if it's just me doing a first person, well then that's boring and you don't really get to see what it looks like, right? He's added a temperature mechanic, and you have to keep your temperature up. It's got some crazy spooky monsters too. Oh, how would you have a temperature mechanic? I assume a scoreboard. It's got to be a scoreboard, right? Like a thing that sits over here. And then I'd assume that there's like using campfires and torches and other fire-based things improves your scoreboard. And if your scoreboard drops below a certain point, it probably does something like applying slowness and damage or something like that. That could be cool. And see, this is why I need to continue to slab my nether and to continue to push the mob spawns more and more inside of my zombie piglin's gold farm, so that way these raids can come up and be faster and faster and faster and faster. While we let them build up, take care of some inventory management. Eventually, I want to see this so fast that it's just like a waterfall of zombie piglin. Because they're just splat, 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 oink, 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 oink. Just piglin for days. That's what I want. Either way, I think Candy just got home with our food. And we are at a nice stopping point where we just repaired all of our stuff to full. I think I'm gonna call it a stream, chat room. It was a little bit longer. I really appreciated it. I feel like a lot of people are heading out for dinner too, so it's cool. I think it works out nicely. I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna go get dinner with girlfriend. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. Shout out, huge shout out to Trevor Bright with 10 gifted subs. Actually, it was more like 12, something like that. It was insane, dude. And then also the Yolk, Lego Sonic, Clawley, and who else I have to scroll at this point? Vaco, Double A, and Lilycat. Thank you guys for the love and support tonight. I really do freaking appreciate it. I will be back same time, same place tomorrow night. I'll see you there. Until then, join the Discord. Hang out. Have a good night, guys.